facilitating.
Okay, so we are live.
We are live. We will wait. Is Mayor Morrison with us? She is. Okay.
I'm here. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor.
Hello.
It's the longest minute of my life.
Actually, get it slow.
Okay, thanks everyone for coming. Call to order our regular meeting for Tuesday, November 4th. I wanted to note that Mayor Morrison is joining us virtually on screen here, and welcome everybody. We'd like to acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Ktunaxa, Syilx, and the Sinixt people, and is home to the Métis and many diverse Aboriginal persons. We honor their connection to the land and rivers and respect the importance of the environment to our strength as a community. I note that there are some late items that have been added to the agenda, and so I would need a motion to accept the agenda with the late items added.
Move.
Woodward, second. Payne, all in favor, pass. Okay, there are some minutes of previous meetings to be adopted. Were there any questions, additions, edits, or otherwise?
Move.
I have a motion to accept the minutes as presented from Councillor Woodward. Second, Peñaro. All those in favor? Pass. Thanks. Thanks everybody for coming. We're going to start this evening with a workshop regarding the cemetery master plan, and we've got some folks online with us. I'm going to just read the summary. Lee and Associates will provide council with a comprehensive overview of the Nelson Cemetery Master Plan, developed to ensure the long-term sustainability, functionality, and community alignment of the Nelson Memorial Park Cemetery. Demographic trends and future interment needs are recognized, projecting demand over the next 25 years, and identifying the required land area to meet those needs. The plan integrates financial analysis, benchmarking, and recommendations aimed at moving the cemetery toward cost recovery while maintaining affordability and service quality. City staff, local organizations, and community stakeholders provided collaborative input shaping key themes such as access, inclusivity, and the preservation of the cemetery's natural and cultural character. New interment options such as green burial, enhanced gathering spaces, and improved infrastructure are explored, positioning the cemetery as both a respectful memorial ground and a valued community green space. Welcome to our guests. Perhaps you could do a quick introduction around the table. I see in the order Lacey, Kristen, and Richard.
Hello, Mayor and members of Council. Thank you for inviting us to meet with you today. I'm just going to share my screen. We do have a bit of an introduction slide.
Perfect.
Okay. It's nice to meet all of you. My name is Lacey Barr. I'm a landscape architect with Lees and Associates. We're a firm of 27 people, and we specialize in cemetery planning and design.
Lacey, your screen just timed out to a screensaver instead of the slideshow.
Oh, interesting. And that is
for 1 second.
Not my screensaver. Okay. How about now?
Looks good.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sorry about that. So we work all across North America on projects that range from cemetery master firms in North America that specializes in cemetery planning. With me today is Richard Cook. He's one of the principals of Lees and Associates, and Richard provided the quality control and strategic oversight on this project. Also with me today is Kristen Oakes, and she is a landscape designer, and she provided design and technical support on this project. As part of our team, but not with us today, is Jennifer Thibert. She's a registered accountant, and she led the financial analysis of the project. Would you like me to continue with the presentation, or is there introductions on your end you'd like to do?
No, thanks very much. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'll just go over the agenda for our presentation. We're going to walk you through the cemetery plan, starting with the project objectives, project timeline, demographic and community preferences, and the cemetery demand. Once we get through that section, I will pause for any questions or comments. We'll then go over the stakeholder engagement. Following that will be another pause for question or comments. And then we'll get into the financials, including price benchmarking and our key findings and recommendations from that financial study. We'll do another pause there and go into the development plan.
So 3 breaks for questions, not included.
That's right, yes. And then we'll have a final Q&A period at the very end.
Thank you.
So the project objectives included determining the range of an interment and memorialization options and inventory quantities needed to meet the community's needs for the next 25 years, identifying necessary changes to service fees, cost tracking methods, and perpetual care fund management to ensure the cemetery's long-term financial sustainability. We also sought to identify areas in the cemetery ideally suited for infill and expansion, and to provide conceptual designs for that infill and expansion to serve the community's needs for the next 25 years. Lastly, we provided an implementation plan to guide the cemetery's development over the long and the short term. This slide shows our project timeline. We started in winter 2024 with our project startup meeting with the City of Nelson team and background data collection. Through the winter, we worked on our demand and needs analysis. And then as soon as the snow was gone, we did a site visit and a workshop with the cemetery staff. In May, we reached out to stakeholders. And then June to September, we worked on our draft cemetery master plan. And September to November, we worked on the final plan. And here we are here with the council presentation. So the first step in this project was to determine who is using the cemetery and the demand by looking at the market area. For this study, we defined the market area as the local health area 122 Nelson. When we do cemetery demand needs analysis, we usually look at the local health regions because this is where we're able to get the most accurate population and the death data. So over the last 5 years, we found that cremation interments have shown a strong growth. Casket interments have fluctuated, but overall sales have fluctuated with an upward trend. Next, we looked at the cemetery demand for the next 25 years. This demand is based on the population and death rate, the disposition preferences of the market area, and the sales numbers from the Nelson Cemetery. This study showed that over the next 25 years, the cemetery is going to sell 835 casket lots. That's averaging 33 per year. And they're going to sell 760 in-ground cremation lots, averaging 30 per year. Right now, the Thompson Funeral Home manages the mausoleum and columbarium, and sales data for these 2 interment options were limited, so the numbers here are estimates. For cremation niches in the columbaria, it's expected that 165 niches will be sold over the next 25 years. That's averaging about 7 per year. And for the mausoleum, it'll be about 60 sales over the next 25 years. That's about 2 per year. So with these numbers, we are able to do estimate on how many casket lots and cremation lots need to be developed to meet the demand. This is based on how many lots are currently available and the expected number per year. So we're expecting that the cemetery will need to develop another 420 casket lots and 300 cremation lots. To determine how big of an area this is going to cover, we use a conservative guideline of 500 casket lots per acre. So based on this, the City of Nelson will need to develop 1.13 acres in the cemetery to meet the next 25 years of demand. Okay, and I'll just pause there to see if there's any questions or comments on the demand and land needs analysis.
Yeah, we have some questions.
Great.
I'm interested about how the green burial factors into this.
Of course. Yeah, green burial is definitely growing in popularity. Because you don't currently offer green burial, it is hard for us to estimate how much green burial is going to be needed in the future. When we get further on in the presentation and we go through the concept that we've done, we'll show you which area we have set aside for green burial and how the design is going to be flexible to accommodate green burial. And if green burial doesn't take off, it will be able to be converted into the more traditional burial.
Yeah, Councillor Leuchtenberg.
I think maybe the question, or my question was, how much density can you get for green burial versus traditional? Is it more or less the same?
It is more because you're not using that traditional casket, which takes up a lot of space. So the actual plots can be smaller. You also don't need to dig as deep. So sustainability-wise and operation-wise takes up less time, less space. And when we get down to that concept plan, you'll see how the layouts differ. Or actually, I won't get ahead of myself. We'll show you how the layouts differ when we get there, and you'll see how it is more effective for land space.
Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Page has a question.
Yeah, I was curious about the evaluation of the other cemetery lots that are in the area and how that has impact on these expectations. I know this is funded through Regional District Services, and so how are we coordinating with the other cemeteries?
We do have a price benchmarking study, which is going to be after we go through the stakeholder engagement. So that will be the third section. And in that portion of the master plan, we did look at the other cemeteries.
Good.
And Councillor Payne, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I guess what I'm just curious about, there must be trends around green burial, like what percentage people are making that decision, because whatever that is, I'm assuming that Nelson would be higher just because of the demographics here and the high level of sustainability. And in that particular area, I think early adoption is gonna, although we're a little behind as far as having the facility, but I think, so are there a trend that will give us an idea? I certainly did see the map, and it looked like there were, I didn't count up the little spaces, they were very small as you mentioned, but yeah, from a trend line, do we have any idea of what percentage of burials are trending away from interment or cremation?
Yeah, it's really hard for us to give you an exact number there because it is so varying. A lot of factors play into that. It's the community size, community preferences. It also depends how much marketing the cemetery does for that green burial. So right now, Royal Oak Burial Park in Victoria, they're doing over 200 sales a year. Where some of the newer cemeteries, they're doing 5 to 10. So what you can expect is that the first couple of years might be a little bit slower with sales, but then it will pick up. And from what we saw in the stakeholder engagement, it should pick up fairly quick.
Did that answer your question? Yeah. I think mine jumps off of a similar question. When I just want to nerd out on the average for a quick sec. When you say average, you mean the average over the 25 years? Like 7 of this and 12 of that? Or because you would predict it would be lower at the beginning of the 25 years and higher at the end? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you'd start off with lower number of sales and then it would keep going up and up. And how fast those numbers go up is going to depend on a lot on the marketing, actually, just an awareness. So once the community becomes aware that the green burial is being offered, those numbers are probably going to go up quite higher. And you might even see a lot of non-residents wanting to purchase lots from communities that don't offer green burial or have seen the Nelson Cemetery and know how beautiful it is.
Sorry, I meant the averages in your slides.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry about that. So yes, those averages are just over the whole 25 years.
Okay. So if we were doing planning like in 5-year chunks, then we would have a lower average and then the next and the next, and it would go up.
Yes.
Gotcha. Awesome. Counselor Page.
One final, just doing some back of the napkin math, with 242 deaths a year in over 25 years, that's like 6,000 people, yet we're only really anticipating a few hundred in demand for crematoriums and casket lots.
Yeah.
Where's everyone else going?
Yeah, so cremation is very popular right now. Kristen, can you pull up the average for that local health region? I believe it's close to 90%. And typically half of those cremated remains are not going to a cemetery. They're sitting in the back of a closet, on a mantelpiece, or they've been scattered somewhere very scenic. So I believe the Nelson market capture rate for cremation is around 30%, which is fairly average for a municipal cemetery. And for the casket, Kristen, if you can pull up that percentage, I think that one was fairly average, so that one's around 50%. So for the casket, they're either going to a cemetery somewhere else in the region, or they might be being shipped across the country back to where that person was born. But on comparing to other municipal cemeteries, I believe your market capture is at the average rate.
Okay, thanks. That answers it.
Okay, carry on.
Okay, great. Thank you for all those good questions. Okay, so to identify key issues and opportunities related to the cemetery, both internal and external stakeholders were engaged during our information gathering phase of the cemetery plan. We met with the cemetery operations and administration team for a Cemetery 101 presentation and workshop and a tour of the cemetery. For the external stakeholders, we had virtual meetings with these groups. Each meeting was about half an hour to an hour. We went through set interview questions and also just opened it up for them to express their opinions on the cemetery. So we did get common themes with all of those stakeholder engagements, and I'll just run through what those were. First, access, circulation, and wayfinding. We heard that there needs to be more parking within the cemetery, and because the cemetery is so large, that more signage throughout the cemetery would be helpful as well. We heard that visitors really like the trees there and the biodiversity, but they would like to see a little bit more vegetation, particularly native vegetation, and features like birdhouses throughout the cemetery. They do value the older trees and would like to keep that landscape character. And the cemetery's role as a public green space was highly valued, and they would like to preserve that. The trail system in that eastern portion of the cemetery is also something that the community really enjoys. We heard that there's several groups that are interested in hosting art and culture events in the cemetery, and that the stakeholders want to ensure the space is inclusive and welcoming for all community members. In terms of interment memorialization, a common theme was that everyone would like to see a green burial section.
Question?
As for amenities, we heard that the stakeholders would like to see the community's history shared in the cemetery through interpretive signage. Just explaining who's buried there and going over the history of that community. We heard that both indoor and outdoor gathering spaces for group events and private reflection would be valuable, and a space to host legacy workshops and deaf cafes. We're also aware that the space is used for a lot of dog walkers, so providing waste bags in the cemetery so dog walkers pick up after their pets would be valuable. And the crematorium frontage, they'd like to see that improved. There are groups that would prefer to have witness cremations, which currently can't happen at that crematorium, but they would like to have a comfortable space nearby the crematorium. We also heard that having a fire feature for end-of-life celebrations would be nice. Okay, and I'll pause there again to see if there's any questions or comments on the stakeholder engagement.
Councillor Woodward.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm just wondering, can you just fill in a bit more about green burials in terms of its scope and what it is, just for getting everyone on the same page and for the public? Because I know there's a couple of different ways it's done, and I'm just wondering what matrix you're using or utilizing for this plan.
So what we've heard that Nelson already offers a type of green burial. Sorry, let me back up. There's 5 pillars to green burial. First, there's no embalming. The body should be in a biodegradable casket or shroud. There's no individual marker. There should be some conservation aspect to the area. And Richard, I am blanking. Can you help me out on my 5th one there?
Did you say communal marker?
I think I said communal marker, yeah.
Just the optimized land use.
Oh yeah, sorry, optimized land use. Thank you, Kristen. So those are the 5 pillars. There are different levels of green or sustainability. So some cemeteries are offering natural burials within the cemetery, which means they don't require embalming, a grave liner, or a traditional casket. But for this project, we are going from those 5 pillars of the green burial.
Okay, thank you.
Lochtenberg and then Payne.
So you said that everybody mentioned green burials. You said something like that when you were talking about public engagement. Can you elaborate? Is that what you said? Did I hear you right?
The stakeholder groups, the groups that we did interview, they all mentioned green burial, yes.
So would you say that was did that stand out as a popular, I mean, if they all mentioned it, did you infer from that it was the dominant popular thing? I'm just trying to get a sense of just forecasting how much space we should accommodate for green burials. If it was really popular, it might really suggest that, to Councillor Payne's point, Nelson really would adopt this. I suspect it would. And so I just want to get a sense of how popular it sounded to you.
Mm-hmm. Based on those interviews, it sounds like it would be quite popular. When we get to the concept plan, I'll explain a little bit further how we have just dedicated one section to green burial, but the whole concept will be flexible. Cemeteries are designed on a grid, so it's fairly easy to substitute green burial for traditional burial if those green burials are not selling, or vice versa. If green burial is taking over, the areas that we have for traditional casket burial could easily be made into green burial sections.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Payne.
My question is just around Indigenous involvement. I didn't see anyone on the list.
No, we did work on that and we didn't get any responses in time.
Councillor Pinheiro.
Perhaps just a silly question again, don't mean to beat the green burial thing over the head too much, but why no individual markers? Because that seems like something that might stop people from getting a green burial, where, I mean, I grew up in a community where they do those and everybody still gets a headstone, they just don't embalm them or put them in a casket, and it's green. So I'm just curious about why why is that a pillar of a green burial?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So for an example, in this photo that's on the screen now, most of these headstones are going to be granite or materials that are sourced elsewhere. So the idea around not having an individual headstone, first of all, it's for sustainability, so people are not getting materials from other countries and using resources to bring those in. Secondly, when we get to that green burial section, I'll show you how some areas are renaturalized, which would be not quite as possible if every grave had a headstone. So there is the option that people can have a locally sourced boulder or monument on their grave, but that also plays into the ethos of individualism. So the green burial section is also supposed to be more of a community. And one thing that we are seeing with green burial is that there is a big community feel and that families do want to take care of their family member more so than if they go this traditional route that is a bit more sterilized.
And Lacey, sorry, it's Chris here. Perhaps can you explain green burials versus natural burials a bit? Is that where that difference might lie?
Yeah, so there's a lot of terms for flying around. So for Nelson in particular, the natural burial is the no embalming, the no grave liner, and the natural casket or shrouded burial. And that option would allow someone to have an individual's headstone. So really what we do like to stress for cemeteries is to hear what the community wants and try and offer as many options as possible. So if someone does want that individual headstone, they might not be allowed in that green burial section that goes along with the 5 pillars, but they're going to get to not be embalmed and do all the other sustainable actions in a different lot within the cemetery.
Lacey, could I add to that really quick?
Yep.
Recently, we had a conversation with Nio Davis from Koru Cremation, which is a funeral home in South Vancouver, specifically talking about the kind of community in the Lower Mainland and their needs and desires, but quite applicable. Her experience ranges across the province because she specializes in green burial and other kind of greener methods. And that was a question that was raised specifically about the individual headstones and if that was ever a barrier for people seeking green burial. And she had indicated that with everybody that she had worked with and all of the cemeteries that she had spoken to, that doesn't tend to be a barrier for folks. And people tend to really like the idea of renaturalizing those areas once they're full. And instead of having an individual lot with a marker to go visit, there's kind of a woodland walk or some other kind of renaturalized area that is focused more on the community and having those communal markers. So yeah, it's a question that comes up, but it sounds like a lot of people who are choosing green burial are okay with the communal headstone.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks.
Lochtenberg Page?
Are there, in your research, are there cemeteries that are moving away from traditional burials, like the casket lining, grave lining, that kind of thing? It seems like those are on the decline. Maybe eliminated altogether.
Yeah, so we have found like the casket liners are still needed at some cemeteries. Depends on the soils. But mostly cemeteries are trying to move in a more sustainable direction and eliminate the liners where they can. Cemeteries that are running out of room might be eliminating the casket burial altogether and only offering cremation. But from our research, cremation is never going to be 100% because there's still going to be some religions and just some values that are still going to want that more traditional burial with the casket and the headstone.
And Richard Cook, was that what you wanted to add? I see you nodding. Your hand went up. You're on.
You're on mute, Richard.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yes, I was going to speak through you to the councillor, but I think Lacey's covered it, that yes, whilst the the preference for that form of disposition for full body in-ground burial is decreasing proportionally to the numbers choosing cremation. There will always be an amount of a proportion of the community that would like in-ground burial. It could be that a mother or a father has died and they would like to share in the same grave or an adjacent grave. There could be a whole bunch of reasons for that. So I think I'm really reinforcing the point that Lacey's made, so I'll hand it back to Lacey.
Thank you. I think there's another question still here for you, Lacey. Go ahead, Councillor Pate.
I know we're on the stakeholder engagement component. I'm in support of the various ways that could be considered to bring the public into the space more and make it more accommodating and rich for people who are contemplating all of the things that go along with life. And I was wondering within the planning, and something I haven't heard, is the reclamation of some of the areas. Like when we look at how we have approached interment in the past and the space that has been used in the past, and even this conversation about monuments that potentially could sit inside of a policy of how long they get to last beyond. Do we see policies being built in some of these cemetery spaces that answer the question of how long you get to have a permanent installation of some kind? I know we're talking about rewilding some of the green spaces, but that's always, I haven't heard a circular component to how this facility operates over centuries.
Yeah, so Richard, do you want to? Okay, so cemeteries are in perpetuity, which means they're forever. So the cemetery as you have it now, if someone has purchased a plot, they're in there, they're there forever. There is talk of, and that's Canada-wide, it's in the legislation, and we have to abide by that. There is talk and pressures of possibly doing differently in different countries. You essentially rent a lot for 25 to 50 years, and the family has the choice to pay again to use that lot again. But right now in Canada, cemeteries are in perpetuity. Go ahead, Richard.
Thanks, Lacey. Yes, Madam Chair, through you to the councillor. Grave reuse, if that's what you're referring to, is not legal currently under the Act. So it's being discussed by industry bodies such as the BC Funeral Association and in discussion with the province. But currently, nowhere in Canada, in no province in Canada, is grave reuse currently allowed.
No matter the method of interment. Like that's why we see greenfield developments and new expansion as opposed to even with the green burials and even with the incinerations.
So that's correct for full body casket burial. It's getting a bit nuanced now. If you're looking at cremated remains and columbarium niches, yes, a disinterment could occur. That's permitted. You have to pay for that service and be taken elsewhere. But we're talking about when a right of interment is currently sold. It's not land title. You just have the right to be there in perpetuity. I think what would need to change under the Acts would be the limitation. So it's a limitation of term, the amount of time. And currently the legislation doesn't allow that. The right of interment is in perpetuity.
Okay, thank you. And just so quickly, just on the cremation side, as much as it's space efficient, we can't forget about the energy that goes into that because it is still significant.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up.
And Mayor Morrison, you are with us still. Did you have any questions?
No, it sounds to me like most of the questions that I might have had have been already asked by councillors, so I've found the discussion actually very interesting. So thank you for asking though.
Okay, carry on, Lacey.
Okay, so we're going to move on to the price benchmarking. So the price benchmarking study included looking at cemetery service offerings and fees at Castlegar, Creston, Grand Forks, Salmon Arm, Trail, and Osoyoos. In this study, we found that the Nelson Cemetery rates have remained unchanged since 2008, and these rates are below the maximum rates that of the studied communities. So one thing to note is that cost is one factor that is taken into consideration when people are choosing a cemetery. And our research has found that families will travel up to 1 hour to pay less for cemetery fees. So while lower rates will get you more sales, you don't want to offer the lowest fees in the region. This will cause an influx of non-residents purchasing at your cemetery, which in turn will leave fewer options for residents whose tax contributions to the operations and maintenance of the cemeteries. So with this study, we looked at the current practices and cemetery fees and the fees at the benchmarking communities, and we recommend that the city do a one-time larger price increase to bring the fees up to that regional average. Now, with this large increase, the city will need to be ready to support that increase that is above inflation. With raising affordability concerns, the city may face some community pushback. So as a broader communication strategy around the cemetery price increases, the city can explain that the higher fees are needed to align to the fair market values and to recover costs through user fees, which will in turn reduce the tax subsidy that's required. And I'll just pause here a bit.
Yeah, for clarity, Lacey, when you say resident, are we still looking at local area, health area 122, or are you looking at City of Nelson?
It would be the City of Nelson or whatever you have defined a resident as, which will should be in the bylaw, resident versus non-resident.
But your study had to do with the local health area.
That's how we determined the demand needs. But when we're talking pricing and bylaws, the resident versus non-resident is going to be what the bylaw states, which is typically City of Nelson.
So when you're doing cost recovery with those two different prices, did you have demand needs also developed for the two types of users?
Second here. So, Richard, can you jump in for that one?
Yeah, Madam Chair, no, we didn't split it out like that because these are quite high level projections. So just it was just done based on the expectation of the number of projected sales within, because it comes down to the basis of what the cemetery is likely to receive, and it's not dealing with the disposition rates of the wider local health area, if that makes sense. We're looking at the projected numbers of what actually the cemetery will sell. Does that make sense?
What you said makes sense. Whether it's making sense to get to the cost recovery point is still a bit muddy for me, but I'm going to keep listening.
Okay, we'll get there.
Councillor Pinheiro has a question.
I was just curious about how do we get to, like, we're apparently 393% cheaper than other cemeteries for the same thing. I'm wondering where those cemeteries are. Like, does it cost $1,575 to be buried in Salmo? Because I'm just wondering where our sort of comparison communities were that we got these numbers from.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the benchmarking communities were Castlegar, Creston, Grand Forks, Salmon Arm, Trail, and Osoyoos.
Okay. And this brings us to parity with them, or makes it slightly more?
This will bring you to the average, or slightly more. depending on the offering.
Councillor Payne.
I can excuse me. I can understand from a cost recovery point, the winter burial surcharge. But it seems like there's some sort of inequity built into that. That seems like a strange thing to do. This is beyond people's control. I would prefer to have a sweet spot in the middle, average that over the year. I mean, I think we have a track record of seasonality around that. Just a thought, because some of the way some of these charges are going up is going to be pretty prohibitive as it is. But yeah,
is there any precedent for averaging the cost of winter burial onto the just regular pricing rather than as an add-on, since we don't get to control in which season we pass away? Are there other municipalities that have that system in place?
Richard, do you want to answer that one? I see you nodding your head.
Typically, it is historically a winter surcharge is quite typical, but there's nothing preventing the City of Nelson from looking at its average operational costs throughout the year. So I think that we were averaging in the slides before about 33 casket burials per year. So if you took the average of what that cost, you could of course just average out the costs across and look at how many of those are being taking place in the winter and average it out. There's no issue with that, I don't see.
Thanks very much. And I think, are you Manager Henderson? Director Henderson has something to add. Charlie Henderson is here with us as well.
Bylaw currently states that there is no winter burials just due to the amount of snow. Now, we have done it in the past, but if you look at the past winter, the cemetery was under a foot of snow. Anything above Latimer was above, a foot plus of snow. Anything below Latimer, it basically rained. So accessing graves during the winter is extremely challenging, especially during February of last year, we had -20 for 3 weeks straight. So that frost line went, so trying to dig a grave in a foot of snow with a frost line at 1.8 meters is extremely challenging. So the bylaw currently states that we don't allow it.
So
Why do we have a charge then?
There is the surcharge to recognize that we could offer it,
That's right.
but with a charge.
That's right. And then it's usually a decision process if we can even access the site due to the amount of snow.
That is very helpful.
So how is that managed then?
Yes.
No,
For me,
no, but I meant.
The storage component, I think.
Yeah,
What do people do between now and when we can give them a burial?
I think the requests are still quite low for that winter time.
so they would stay with the funeral home.
That's right.
That's
Yeah.
So that's how it's managed, is the funeral. Okay.
So I guess the choice is if the council wants us to, where possible, because sometimes it's not possible, I'm hearing, to allow winter burials, then we're suggesting a surcharge to discourage people from incurring, the difficult burial. Or we could keep with our current practice, there's not burials in the winter and people have, sounds like they have managed that in the past and they stay with the funeral home until the spring when you can do a burial.
Or you cremate.
Yeah, cremation, this is
year-round,
about
right?
burials.
Unless you wanna be interred in the ground as a cremation, but it's easier to.
Stuff you dig a hole.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Does that feel clear around the table?
I'm just assuming there must be a storage charge somewhere. You'd like to use that word, but I think Thompson might have more information for us, but I can follow that up.
Okay. I have a curiosity just from a process question for you, Director Henderson, through myself. So, and maybe this is a bad question, but does that mean that we waive the bylaw when we need to? Like if someone pays the $300, if it's not allowed by bylaw? Or is that just like all bylaws, they're kind of complaint based, and so we'd be uncomplaining?
We would have to shift the bylaw, right?
Okay.
So we would, if, this eventually gets accepted, then that would be, we'd have to update the bylaw. Typical with most strategic plans that we bring out,
Yeah.
right? It's one comes after the other.
Okay. thank you.
So right now, I don't think we're waiving the bylaw to bury in the winter.
Basically,
So right now, we're not doing it.
even though it says current pricing, that's more of a deterrent pricing.
Maybe
Pricing
part of
hasn't
it's
been updated
leftover.
since 2008.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. We're getting there.
That was my question. Pricing hasn't been updated since 2008.
That's
coming up in a
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks for letting us weed. We can be casual from time to time. Carry on, Lacey.
Okay, so now we're going to look more at the financials. So from 2020 to 2024, Nelson Memorial Park Cemetery earned $46,700 per year on operating revenue. They spent $259,000 per year in total expenses and received an average of $36,000 per year in non-operating revenue, which came primarily from the regional district contributions, perpetual care fund withdrawals, and federal grants. So there was a reported loss of $176,000 per year.
Yeah. Councillor Luxembourg.
I'm sorry, I have a question about the previous slide. Before you said that the increase proposed was not inflationary, but if it's been 2008 since the last increase, then it's less than inflation, wouldn't it be?
Just because it's going to be a very large sum all at once, that's why you need to be prepared for community to push back, that it's not just that small, 2% increase right now.
Right, except for this isn't a thing that people regularly pay, right? Like, it's not like, oh, last year I paid this much for the burial, this year I'm paying this much for the burial. That's not happening. They're just,
Hope not.
well, you hope not.
Certainly hope not.
Incredibly rare,
Nobody has to pay
unlikely.
twice.
Yeah, so in terms of, am I getting that
Yeah, I'm,
right?
Yeah, I
about
think
right?
we would identify it as, we haven't had increases since 2008. The inflation over that period of time was whatever, 20-30%, and this
Yeah,
is the
but
catch-up.
nobody's gonna get, oh my God, I was hit with this increase. That's not happening. Okay.
Yeah, unless someone was inquiring in 1 year and didn't buy, and all of a sudden next year they go, oh, what happened?
Right, okay, so that, a bit of an edge case, but yeah, okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Richard, go ahead.
Well, thanks, Lacey. Well, Madam Chair, through to the councillor again, those recommended price increases are modest. They're also in line, as Lacey has mentioned, with the benchmark communities, and a factor is included in there to move the needle over the coming years towards cost recovery, not full recovery. And we have to remember that cemeteries like yours were set up when cities like yours were incorporated and formed. Either they were church cemeteries or whether they were and then taken over. But this was when cemeteries were and still are, in your case, seen as an essential service to the community, and so they've always had an element of tax subsidization, and that will continue for a while. So I just want to give you the context that the cemeteries are really valued. We don't charge our kids to swim at full price. We subsidize, and in a similar way, this is what's been the value proposition for many municipal cemeteries across the country. So hoping that some of that, we shouldn't be looking at the cemetery simply on an accounting spreadsheet as a line of making money. That's never how it was supposed to be set up, but there is obviously financial strain. You have a lot of competing things that you have to pay for, and this is about helping in that process to move it towards some cost recovery. So hopefully that wasn't too much information, but hopefully that's a bit of context for you to consider in those numbers.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, that was fine. But my question is, in these numbers here, are we talking about the maintenance of the cemetery totally? Like, as a park as well? Or is that not included?
Through their worship to the councillor, yes. So when we look at spend, that is a major maintenance. So we have 2 FTEs, 2 full-time staff members. They do come assist with our snow removal during road clearing. But that's equipment, materials, some overtime as well due to some religious beliefs wanting to be buried on a Sunday. So that is the full spread cost right there of what it takes for us to maintain and operate, as well as there's some admin in there as well.
So if this was just a park,
Correct.
this is what it would cost. I mean that's included in this cost.
Correct.
Right, yeah, okay. So some subsidy makes sense in terms of the public benefit as a park.
Yeah, and I'd like to echo Richard, this is an essential service for the community as well.
Right, yeah, sure, right.
Yeah, I find it really interesting right at the beginning of the presentation when they said cost recovery, I was like, oh, is that what we do? This feels like a service. I didn't know we were doing cost recovery on our services. So that might actually be a discussion of council at some point. And the Bank of Canada says that $387.50 in 2008 would be $552 in 2025. That's what Bank of Canada says. Go ahead, Councillor Page.
Did I just hear that if I made linking these two, the after-hour surcharge charged on Sundays? Is that?
We still have to pay our employees.
No, I know that,
Yeah.
but is it? Yes?
Is that billed out?
Yeah, if you get buried on a Sunday, do you get an after-hours charge?
Is a charge, correct?
Yep.
I would flag it along with winter that we should average that out. Like, obviously, we do have to pay our staff, but I think and the importance of Sunday for this kind of service, it feels like if anything is not after hours Sundays for funerals.
Maybe we need to change our days of the week for our staff.
I understand
That's a good
that,
idea.
but I'm just,
If Sunday's important, then we
Make it
can
work
schedule
Wednesday
people
through
on
Sunday.
like, if there's any service that Sunday is important, it's like this service.
Yeah, I think we can look at that in different ways. One might be a scheduling thing.
The average would be only about 5 a year, but it has to be incorporated into that operation.
Interesting. Hey, lots of good thoughts. And we'll keep going then. Next slide.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're going to look at two financial scenarios to see how the cemetery could perform over the next 50 years. First, we're going to look at that status quo, which reflects the city's current trajectory, assuming that operations continue as they are now and there's only minimal changes in the pricing. We'll then look at operating fund towards cost recovery scenario. This explores a more proactive approach, one that introduces strategic adjustments to help the city reach an operating break-even and long-term stability. So first, looking at the status quo, we assume that the revenue sources will remain the same. Operation costs will increase by the rate of inflation only. Market demand, the population growth, and increasing death rate. There'll be a population growth and an increase in the death rate, and the cremation popularity will continue to rise. There'll be no change in the percentage of the market capture, and more land will be developed. The only thing we're assuming that is different compared to what is happening now is that the prices will increase annually by inflation of an average of 2% per year. So looking at that scenario, we see that the total income and operating income continue on that downward trend where the total revenue and operating revenue kind of stay the same and the operating expenses continue up. I'll just pause there in case there's any questions or comments on this status quo scenario before I go towards the towards cost recovery scenario.
Okay, do you want to go backwards one slide, please? And then Councillor Howard has.
Yes. Oops, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just wondering about the makeup of our citizens, because there of course is the baby boomer bulge. And people are having less children, so they will, that's gonna curve out, and I would imagine that the death rates would probably decline.
Well, we still have population growth, even if you
from
look at our
people
housing
moving in.
needs study, yeah.
But the boomer bulge is a marked effect on these curves. Is that correct, or am I?
It is correct, and it's been accounted for in these studies.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Richard.
Madam Chair, through you to the councillor, we've actually gone and projected beyond this range of the baby boomer, and it's interesting, it's sort of a shallow S shape that actually still sees increasing numbers of deaths, although not at the rate, as the councillor points out, where we're expecting to see the impacts of the passing of the baby boomer generation over the next 25 to 30 years.
Okay, thank you.
So the next scenario we look at is towards cost recovery. So everything remains the same, except in this scenario, we are using that one-time price increase in 2026 that we've recommended in the price benchmarking study. And moving forward, there's a 5% annual increase instead of that 2%. And with that, we see that in 35 years, by 2060, the cemetery could reach a break-even point.
And can I just ask, does that include capital costs?
This includes the operation and maintenance, but not capital costs, no.
Sorry, there could be capital projects that need to be done that we
There's
haven't,
a few things.
right, that haven't been.
Councillor Logdenberg has a question?
I guess I'm trying to still understand the logic here. So by 2060, the cost will exceed the expenses. So you're saying break even and then potentially a significant profit after that point. But that's going to be borne by, that increase is going to be borne by the customers, the users at that time. So it's not, there's the equity here is off. Like what you should do if you wanted equity is immediately increase, like the break even should be next year. And then you smooth it out so that you just hold to expenses. You don't ever go profitable. You just hold to expenses, or even if with a partial subsidy, figure out what that is and get to that ratio and then just hold the line on that. Then you've got equity generationally. This here doesn't seem equitable at all.
Well, we've traditionally haven't done that, water, sewer, facilities.
Those are different. Those are ongoing expenses. These are one-time costs that are only paid at the time of burial. So you're not.
Well, but I think you have families, right? Generally, yes.
Sure, but still, it's a one-time cost. It's not ongoing. So what I'm saying here is that the cost in the future, those guys are going to be paying disproportionately more than the families today.
Because of
So it's not going to be
perpetuity.
fair if you compared. It's not equitable intergenerationally. It's like we're pushing the cost off onto future generations.
Yeah, I think we're just getting there at a slower
Gradually,
pace.
which makes sense when you're trying to do smoothing on rates and all the other stuff. It doesn't, the logic doesn't apply here.
It's divergent no matter what because it's in perpetuity. So
Yeah.
no matter what, it's
Yeah.
gonna be unfair.
Yeah,
Because the people that got buried before get to
Yeah.
stay.
yeah, for sure. That's the additional factor.
Councillor Page.
No, but like the perpetuity question, and specifically like when we're setting fees and rates through the chair of Councillor Log, for example, it's like we would want to see quite escalated rate on caskets and in burials that have that perpetuity piece built into it versus cremations and green burials that have ways to like revisit that part of the facility in 100 years or 80 years or 160 years, whatever it happens to be. Like there should be quite a gap when you want the perpetual license versus any of the other options, because those potentially could then deter that as an option even further and
But isn't
help support this be a facility that is easier to operate for future generations, because this way it just becomes a growing liability for future generations because you're carrying that cost. And I would anticipate something would change federally in the coming years and decades, because we're not the ones dealing with this in the worst way compared to some of the bigger cities, but I think there's something more to explore here in terms of this balancing between these different rates and why we're choosing this rate versus that rate. And this principle here, I think it's an astute point.
Councillor Pinheiro, then Councillor Woodward.
Oh, it was just a comment that I think they said before, that at the moment, that perpetuity thing isn't really up to us.
For some of the classes.
Cost is though.
All of them.
Yeah, everybody, like there's no, even the green burial, it's not a mass grave, it's a green burial. So you don't, right?
Well, you don't dig it up again though.
That's what I'm saying.
dig it up,
You
but you
never
would-
dig
you
it
would-
up and use it again. So it's in perpetuity, and that piece of ground is assigned to that person. You would never dig up somebody's remains and stick somebody's sin over top of them.
Well,
It does happen.
the idea would be that in 100 years, there would be no remains to dig up. Like, it's not like, you would just be, they would be soil. And so you would be burying the next person in the soil.
In exactly the same spot.
Yeah, in 100 years.
We'll let maybe
That's
Mr. Cook weigh in on that, as the expert in the room. Tell us more.
Thank you.
Well, sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair. I think the councillors are having a really good and important discussion. It's great to hear the thinking that's going on. I just wanted to, make another point here, that these projections that Lacey's showing here are based on what we think is reasonable. You saw the range of price increases being suggested. Sure, one-time price increases right now would make these lines jump up, as in the 2025. But then what would be the impact on your community? What would be the impact in terms of actually reducing the number of people wanting to purchase a right of interment here in the short term? So this graduation is dealing with the catch-up situation because prices haven't been raised since 2008. But what it is doing, if you go back to the other slide, Lacey, is what we can show you, that the status quo, or the doing nothing is not an option, because if you look at the way that the total costs are continuing to increase, that number, which is what, $176,000 of tax subsidy right now, plus or minus, will continue to grow, and so we're going to be into the negative 600,000 mark, right? Which is really when then you're passing on the tax burden across the whole community. So there's a difference between whether the user is paying later on at these price points in the graph which is going on, or are we going to, if we continued in a more of this status quo model, we're building up the cost which will be borne by taxes in perpetuity.
I'm aware of the time and the number of slides.
Yeah,
So maybe we'll try to get through some more of the numbers before we get through the pretty pictures.
that's all I was gonna say, is we're gonna be crunched for time.
I am just going to jump back to the comment on the green burial and that being reused once there is no longer anything left in that soil. Again, the green burial is still in perpetuity, even if the body does have a chance to biodegrade. At this moment, you're still not allowed to go back and reuse that grave.
100 years. But in 100 years, we'll see.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so through these two scenarios, for this cemetery master plan, we do recommend that you implement the strategy outlined in scenario 2 towards cost recovery. You'll also want to monitor the trends of the pricing in the neighboring cemeteries over the next 5 years, see if they start to align with that price jump. You'll also want to identify, track, analyze, and reduce operation costs where feasible. Okay, and one more section of numbers, and then we can get to the pretty pictures. So we're going to talk about the Perpetual Care Fund. So as we've already discussed, cemeteries in Canada are in perpetuity. And because of this, the province of BC requires every cemetery to have a Perpetual Care Fund. And they do require a minimum contribution on every sale to go into that Perpetual Care Fund. In BC, it's 25% each sale. best practice is to put in more than that. And right now, the City of Nelson is doing great. They're exceeding that best practice, putting in 52% for each casket lot sale and 59% for each cremation lot sale. Your perpetual care fund interest rate is averaging about 2.7% per year. And there's occasionally withdrawals to offset some operation costs. So similar, we're going to again go through a status quo and a towards cost recovery. But first, I'll show you this graph here that shows how your current site care costs are, your perpetual care income, and what that income cost gap is. So for the status quo, similar to those other scenarios we looked at, revenue source, operation costs, market demand, market capture, land development, those are all very similar. Sales contribution remains the same, and the perpetual care fund is going to average the same interest. The difference from what you're doing now is there's not going to be any more withdrawals from the perpetual care fund over the next 50 years. Here you can see some gradual upward movement for all of those, but there's still that income cost gap here. Moving on to cost recovery. With this one, we assume that one-time larger price increase happens in 2026, and then there's the 5% annual increase starting in 2027. Sorry, and again, no withdrawals over the next 50 years. With this scenario, you can see that we do reach a sustainability point for minimum care costs in 2052. And for the current site care costs in 2067. So the minimum care cost, that is what's likely going to be the care costs for once that cemetery has sold out and no longer is doing sales. There's likely to be less visitors, so there's likely to be less maintenance needed. The lawns might not get mowed as much, irrigation might not get turned on as much, and there may be less planting beds. The current level of care, that just covers the maintenance, not the operations. Okay, and I'll pause here.
Did you want to ask your previous question? It's okay for now.
Oh, yeah, no, well, I guess it's around the fact that I've really been thinking while you've been talking about that people will go an hour away from their community to get a better deal on a lot. Is that something that we feel is our community? Thinking about it, but I live in Nelson and this is probably where I'd like to end up. So if I get a better deal or my daughters get a better deal in Castlegar, or when you're saying an hour trail, what?
You might be there.
But when you're buying lots, I mean, I could buy a lot tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
I could go out and buy myself a lot or a niche or whatever tomorrow. And I think that's something that I understand you're the professionals and you have this data, but I would definitely be interested in getting a broader perspective in our community around that. Am I totally off base on this, or?
It could be like a national statistic.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I think it's a national statistic. I'm not sure how relevant it is to our rural, somewhat isolated community.
Maybe Richard could, Mr. Cook, could you answer that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. Through you to the councillor. I think you're right. I think what we're trying to say is that there is a bit of price sensitivity among some people. We don't necessarily expect that to really deter people and families. And I think the councillor's instincts are correct. I think that the demand will be relatively inelastic compared to the price sensitivity for the majority of people. But we may see just some of that, a little bit of change at the peripheries, if that helps to provide some context. Certainly when the city of Penticton did this a few years ago, they actually put similar price rises or even greater ones in one go. And there was some interest from the media, there was some discussion, but since then those have largely been, well, I think in the first year there was nothing really, it really wasn't any more controversy about it, and those price adjustments seem to have been accepted, and then the amount of demand for services have continued at the same level or have grown. So I'm really confirming what the councillor's instincts.
Thank you. And I think Mayor Morrison might have a comment or a question.
I think I'm okay. It was more about when they're doing and looking at these statistical trends in terms of being further away than where you want to be, as that there are communities that because of the way they are can't have in-ground. Richmond comes to mind. You can't bury anybody in Richmond. There's lots of places where you'd have to bury people other places, and there's already just anecdotally, in terms of talking about living in community and wanting to be buried there, there's already 15 of my family buried in the Nelson Cemetery, and I plan to join them, and I don't really care what the cost would be. Thanks.
Okay. I did not know there was a perpetual care fund. Is that a different reserve? It's like its own thing. Yeah, nice. Thanks. Yep.
Did I hear correctly when you said that we wouldn't touch that for 50 years?
That's right, yeah.
That's what you're saying. That's not the law, obviously, but that's
It's what we typically recommend. Right now you are taking out some occasionally for to cover some operation costs or capital costs. We do recommend that you have a different fund for that, and that this perpetual care just gets to continue to grow with interest. So obviously the higher it is now, the more interest that you'll get, and you'll get to the sustainability point sooner.
Is it meant to be like an insurance? Like why would you need it?
Is it to generate revenues to do things, or I'm not sure.
I think it's the opposite.
That's what it is.
Mr. Cook has an
Yeah.
answer.
When there isn't revenue, it'll be there for us.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to the councillor. The Perpetual Care Fund is a pension scheme for the cemetery. Yeah. You save up amounts of money, and you can see on the left-hand side the balance increases. And as Lacey was pointing out, the compounding of the interest, if you keep the money in there, just like your pension, the fund will grow faster. What it's designed to do is at some point the cemetery will run out of inventory to sell, so there will be no income. But you will still have the costs of running the cemetery, and you will still be burying those people who have bought their rights of interment pre-need. That could be a generation. And so what this is doing here, when you have a large capital balance on the left-hand side, you can draw down the interest income, and the interest income will then offset those costs, especially when your cemetery is going semi-active, i.e. you've run out of inventory to sell, but you're still operating the cemetery. And then when it's permanently inactive, in other words, there are no sales and there's no more interment, but you still have to care for the site. So that's what a perpetual care fund is for, and that's why it is in the BC Funeral and Cremation Act.
And you're recommending 50%, and therefore that's not included in this operating. So break even, it's not really functionally for our purposes break even, because we're not counting the operating. We're counting if this is effectively trying to get at operating break even. It's actually not, because we're not in this diagram accounting for this perpetual care fund. In fact, it's significantly less, so we're far off of.
Clear on the pricing, because that includes a contribution to this, right?
This graph is only looking at how much you need to save up in the perpetual care fund to deliver the amount of interest income you'll need every year to pay for the costs of maintenance.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm actually referring to page 23, the previous slide, where you give the break-even point and you just weigh out what the operating expenses are. You're not, not only is it not including capital, it's also not including the perpetual care
Yeah,
fund.
and just unclear, is it including the contribution to perpetual care? The one that, the cost recovery option, does that include the contribution to perpetual care?
So
I can't.
It's not.
So that, the option two with the pricing with the, whatever the large increase plus 5% per year, does that, is the.
It does include that. The pricing there, the price adjustments
Yeah,
that have been recommended include the perpetual care portion in it.
okay.
And have been factored in to the financial scenario.
Okay, and is that at 25% or 50%?
At 50%, I believe, that's what we would have projected. Yeah.
So if I'm to clarify then,
But
when you have our total revenue here,
If you could go back
that's
to
total
that.
revenue is minus the perpetual care fund? Because at some point it has to.
I assume that maybe that's the expense, or is it the expense or the revenue?
Reserves.
Can you go back to the
Like the operating expenses.
You gotta go-
operating and
Contribution to perpetual care.
expenses? Can you just go back to the slide with the operating expenses?
Well, we can do that here.
Okay, so does this, where is the contribution to the
PCF.
yeah, the perpetual care fund in this? I guess this is net, is it?
I'm struggling to answer the question with honesty and clarity. I'd need to go back and give you an answer from our accountant as to whether that chart, whether the revenue is including and is baked in with the amount of perpetual care.
Okay,
Because I understand the question, but I can't give you a clear answer at this stage. So perhaps, Madam Chair, we can come back through Director Henderson and provide clarity on that question.
okay.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I think it's including it when I do napkin math. It's like 42,000 extra next year. 42,000 extra in revenue with those price increases, with those averages. We're a bit nerdy. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so our recommendations for the Perpetual Care Fund is to research and compare professional organizations that offer investment services to manage and grow the city's PCF fund, suspend all withdrawals from the PCF, allowing the compound growth, and explore the feasibility of making a one-time extraordinary principal contribution or a series of smaller contributions to the PCF from a city revenue source not directly tied to the cemetery operations. Okay, and the last part of this financial section, we just wanted to note that the city does have a cemetery replacement fund and a mausoleum replacement fund, and that the annual contributions are $50 per casket lots and $25 per cremation lot. So this is the fund that would be used for those capital expenditures. Okay. And any other questions or comments on the financials, or shall we move on to the concept?
Last one. I just want to clarify,
The CAO,
yeah,
city manager.
so it is on the financial side somewhere, is there an analysis of what the capital costs are and how they're funded? They're funded totally by these two, they look awfully small to fund large capital expenditures.
Just the replacement costs of the
Yeah,
mausoleum. Is that what we're
my
talking about?
recollection is that we've had very few capital expenditures up there in the last
Some are projected.
couple of decades, yeah, and some are projected. I think part of it plays into the funeral home owning I get mixed up,
Crematorium or mausoleum?
crematorium? Yeah. Anyway, so I think that's historically,
Expanding the footprint,
yeah.
building some
that's
of
a
these
great
other
question.
amenities that I
Yeah.
called for here.
Yeah. What would be the cost associated?
Yeah, I think it might have priced, I think I saw that in the report somewhere,
Yeah.
what the cost of that is. I just don't recall how it was funded. Anyway, maybe it'll come up in this, or you can get back to us on that, I just can't. I think I saw capital costs, if we did X, Y, and Z, you know, there were some options there. I just don't recall how they got funded. But not through what we've seen to date, I don't think.
Right, yeah, we do give some costs in the report, but we do not state where that money comes from.
Okay.
I just have one last question on the financials. So if you're moving toward a cost recovery model, then you're releasing the burden on the taxpayer. So does that mean, like, on the balance sheet that Amy and Chris give us, that, oh, you know, by the time you're making that $176,000 deficit, that would equal a 1.7% tax decrease because it's been now placed on the user? So how do we would account for that somehow in that giant spreadsheet? Just yes?
Yeah, we'd
Just
have
yes.
more revenues that would
Yeah.
offset our expenses.
Okay, thanks.
Move on to the site inventory analysis. So following our site visit, that cemetery demand and land needs analysis, we did a desktop study of the existing cemetery and the cemetery expansion lands to the south to determine which areas would be most suitable for development. Through the study, we determined that the wooded area along the eastern portion of the cemetery, here it's labeled Area A, would not be suitable for expansion. It was determined this area would be too difficult to develop because of its mature forest, the difficult slopes, and because it's currently being used as a green space and it's the host to many trails. Well, we did find that areas B, E, C, and D would give enough interment for the next 25 years. And so using the expansion lands to the south, shown here, would not be needed right away. So we're going to go on through the development plan. We'll go over a few, we'll first start with areas that are going to offer interment and memorialization, including a columbaria garden, a trail of memories, an eastern expansion and western expansion. We'll then go over a few recommended upgrades to the cemetery, including the cemetery entrance and the mausoleum area. So to start off with, we'll talk about the columbaria garden. So right now the columbaria, which is part of that mausoleum, is managed by the funeral home, and it is near capacity. So establishing a columbaria garden should be one of the top priorities to ensure that you continue to offer a diverse range of cemetery services to the community. This diagram here shows a concept of the columbaria garden. It has 5 columbaria, seating, native planting, and additional parking. In this design, we propose starting with that central columbaria, this red circle here, and as that one fills up, you can phase in the smaller columbaria surrounding it. On the left-hand side, you can see an example of a columbaria garden and the key plant where this columbaria garden would be. I'll just pause there if there's any questions or comments. Hearing none, we'll move on to the Trail of Memories. So the Trail of Memories is a path through the woods that offers families a meaningful way to commemorate their loved ones. This space would host an accessible pathway lined with communal memorial walls. So today, society is increasingly nomadic, which means families live in different towns, provinces, or even countries from where their loved ones might have been buried. And having a physical space, such as a memorial wall, to attach memories and grief of a lost one to is very important for that grieving process. So the memorial walls in this space offer memorialization without internment and offer that physical space to attach grief. These are also really popular for those families who have scattered the cremated remains of their loved ones at that person's favorite summit, lake, or park. Additionally, this space would host a wind phone, which is a disconnected telephone set with a small booth in a quiet, reflective space where visitors can symbiotically speak to their loved ones who have passed away. And it's our understanding that the Nelson District Hospice Society has already secured funding for that wind phones structure. So again, I'll just take, I'll move to the next slide. On the left, there's an example of a communal memorial wall, and on the right, a wind phone. And I'll just pause there again to see if there is any questions or comments. Okay, hearing none, I'll move.
Lacey, and do I pay for that then as a community member if I want my family's name on that?
Yes, there would typically be a small fee for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So now we'll go over the expansion area. And here I'll just note that we're going to first talk about this east section and then the west section. Okay, so here's the green burial. I'll go back to the beginning. Someone asked about the layout. So you can see here that these rectangles are smaller than this darker green here, which is the more traditional. You'll also notice that under the casket lots, there's spaces between each lot. That's to allow space for operations to get in there and actually dig these graves. The one thing that differs with green burial is it's typically a paint yourself out of the room type of scenario. So someone can reserve a spot or do a pre-need purchase, but when it comes time to the time for burial, they won't get to say, I would like this spot under the tree. They'll get whichever one's next in line. That way operations can start in one corner and work their way out, which makes just a more sustainable land use with not having to have these separations between the lots there. So also in this section, we have more cremation lots, casket lots, and family plots in here. I'll just move to the next slide. On the left, you'll see an example of a large family plot option. What we heard from operations is that there's a lot of families who are wanting larger headstones that span 2 or more lots. And because of the slope of the cemetery, it makes it really difficult to move in there and get to other lots that need to be opened up for burial. So with limiting the family plots and allowing the large headstones just in this area, we hope to relieve some of that operational pressure there. Okay, along with more internment in this area, we are recommending some planting around that existing crematorium and adding some parking in that space. Okay, and I'll just pause there. Oh, actually, sorry. One more thing. We had talked about the green burial section and how once it's filled, you have the option of replanting it. So this picture on the right is an example of a green burial section that is now full.
Councillor Page has a question.
I'm wondering within the green burial through the chair piece with the replanting, do we? Answer my own question.
Thank you. No other questions. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, and then moving to this next section of the west expansion. This one includes more casket lots, columbarium areas, and a gathering space. This side has been designed to be quite flexible, so if you do find that that green burial is taking off and that's going to be the preference, these sections with the traditional casket burial would easily be converted into green burial sections. And just a few more examples of columbarium garden and gathering space. If there's no questions about those previous interment expansion options, we'll move into some upgrades that are recommended for the cemetery, starting with the cemetery entrance. Based on the site visits and what we heard from the stakeholders, we did hear that more parking, so we've included that in the space. We heard that having an indoor space together would be nice, so we're proposing that the operations building be expanded. We've suggested that there's an update to the cemetery kiosk and that the entrance gate gets refurbished and a cemetery entrance sign is added. And then to increase user and visitor experience, we've suggested more seating around that mausoleum, more trees, and another outdoor gathering space. And this outdoor gathering space would serve those 2 expansion areas. And then before I talk about the implementation plan, I'll just pause to see if there's any questions.
So the cost of the Columbaria garden, we don't have numbers, they're not included in this plan, but my understanding is they are what, 100? I know they range in sizes, but is it like, what are you anticipating in terms of the number of people that would be interred in a Columbaria garden?
So the one that we show down here would be good for, sorry, I'm just going back through my notes. I believe it's 20 years. So the size of Columbaria really varies on how much you want to spend up front and the design of the space. Yeah, so 20 years of capacity in that Columbaria garden that we first showed.
What number would that be? Like,
Kristen, are you able to pull up?
7.
Go ahead, Richard.
Or just to clarify the number of niches in each Columbaria?
yeah,
Yeah. So it's about 60 niches in those smaller ones, and then the larger ones can range depending on the size. Richard, I see your hand is up too.
Yeah, sorry, Kristen, Lacey, maybe through you, the chair to the council. I think the question was how much capacity. Now, I think Lacey said about 20 years capacity. If you remember at the very beginning of the slides deck, we estimated about, on average, 7 sales of Columbaria niches per year. I think that's correct, is it not, Lacey? On the beginning slides. So we're looking at something like a capacity for 20 years of about 140 niches. How, as Kristen says, the size of the Columbaria niches, how many? That's the form giving that we would work through a design, whether it be smaller units of 2 by 5, which would be 10 on the front, 10 on the back, or the different sizes. We can work out the configuration, but I think to the original question, how many niches is 20 years? It's about 140 based on the projections that we gave.
thank you.
And as a user, I guess for a customer or whatever, however we refer to it, do I actually pay for that capital cost of that? Okay, if I went and got a casket, I would pay for the capital cost of that. There's no models that I actually pay for that, sort of what that value of that is?
Traditionally, no. Normally, because the city, I mean, it depends on the model that we're going with. I understand that that you have another operator owning and operating the existing niches, but let's just work within a different model where the city owns and operates the infrastructure, the niches themselves. Typically, the cost of development is borne up front by the municipality, and there is a return on that investment that's achieved over time. So, I think the pricing. I'm just giving you examples here, but it might be that a niche might cost for supply and install of around $600 to $800. But the return on investment, the price that a family would pay for that niche, is in the range of $2,000 to $3,000. I think that was the number that we were using in the recommended range of pricing earlier on. So over time, that return on investment often more than exceeds the cost of development.
So I do pay for it, basically. Okay.
Thanks. I think that, is there one more slide? Or does it say questions next?
Sorry. There's one more. So for the implementation plan, in the next 1 to 2 years, we recommend that price increase happens. You develop the Columbarium Garden, the Green Burial section, and the Trail of Memories. Following that 2 to 10 years, we recommend that the east expansion area be developed, mausoleum upgrades and the gathering space, as well as the cemetery entrance and wayfinding are developed as funds are available. After about 5 years of that Columbarium Garden and the Green Burial being up for sales being available, we recommend doing another demand needs analysis. This will give you an idea of the popularity of both of those offerings, and from there you can plan further on and determine if more of the expansion area needs to be put towards the Green Burial. Okay, and that's the last slide.
Councillor Leuchtenberg has one more for us.
This is for staff. What direction do you need from us?
Well, I think, next steps really are gonna be, staff will be coming forward, with recommendations which will be included in the bylaw, right? That would be generally the next step, as well as in combination with the cost requirements for the next couple of years in this 5-year financial plan that we're developing now.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be the next step. The intent was to give you a bit of a background on the study that was done, give you some confidence that it was, thorough, and then based on that, be able to bring some recommendations forward in another report that would include adjustments to the bylaw that are required and also the financial implications of that.
Okay, so you've heard from us that we've got some, opinions.
Yeah, I would just add to that I think there's some intern things like on your pricing, etc. But then there's some larger things of significant change in that cemetery that we haven't ever brought this out to the public per se. So that's something that you might want to give consideration to. This is our consultants working with certain user groups came up with this concept, but it's substantial change to the current cemetery, which is dearly loved by our community. So you might want to do some communication on those larger or longer term plans. And but I think there's the short term. Yes, we have to increase our pricing, etc. I think I just see it in a couple steps.
One thing that I know that the table has talked about a lot is trying to move away from using the word master. So if this is lasting us till 2073, we might consider calling it long-term plan, just moving away from that in general. And did you have a question as well?
I do have a question.
So can we just maybe finish with, I think the question was, you've also thrown out some other pricing thoughts. So I think we want to, hear from you in terms of, what those look like. So I would, if you can supply those, to us after giving some thought to that, it sounds like we might have to come back and discuss what that pricing looks like. That's the biggest thing I think I heard.
I think, and related to the Green Burial balance to it. So yeah, I would recommend at a future meeting, just having an agenda, like at a pre-workshop, maybe at a cow at the 4:30 time, just to block up a little bit of time for that discussion.
Yeah, and you saw the short-term recommendations. Go ahead and develop the Green Burial site, the home
area.
And a couple other things there. So that's, I think as staff, we're comfortable with the recommendation. So if council feels, I guess there's some costing in the report, right?
But I think you guys would need to do a little bit of work on top of that, because the Columbarium it's just back of the envelope pricing currently, and it doesn't include, say, the new parking that would be recommended. So there's more,
to it that's coming with that,
Yeah.
you know, so.
Yeah.
so I would
Yeah.
recommend having that before we had the pricing
Exactly.
conversation.
Yeah.
Councillor Payne?
I guess my question just follows on, so I'm looking at intermediate 1 to 2 years. And then I'm looking at, for the green burial in particular, there will be some capital expenditure to do that work, to put that in. So are we gonna see that with the budget coming forward?
For the general, yeah. We would take those recommendations and have the value associated with that.
It's part of the general capital cost.
Right, so we'll be making a decision in this fiscal year to move forward presumably next year on the work plan with the green burial. That's all I'm trying to
We
get
can
my
bring
head
that forward, yes.
are these real, I know this is a, thank you for the report and the work that's been done on it so far, but are these real timeframes is I guess what I'm looking at, and how do we ensure that to the best of our ability that work gets done in a timely fashion, since we know there is, I believe, high demand in the community.
Yeah, we've certainly heard that from, groups
Everybody.
that have.
Yeah, well, I think the first thing is adopting the recommendations, adopting the capital plan
Okay.
and operating plan that you're funding it, and
Yep.
that gives us authority to go ahead and move towards that. Are you feeling anything that, any of those that are doable in 1 to 2 years?
Yeah, I think the columbarium is a big priority as well, as those are running out. When we talk about the green burial, that site is already cleared. So we
Okay.
have that already cleared, so it is part, if you looked at the development, you can see the tree line where it was highlighted. So, you know, myself will work with the engineering team and we'll talk about that capital plan.
Perfect, thank you.
I think my question is, we've got these recommendations, but I don't recall having a conversation at the table about whether or not it is the will of council that the cemetery is cost recovery.
Yeah, that's
Part of this?
hopefully
Okay,
that's part of the discussion we have.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, and I think that comes with the next report that we bring, as Councillor Lodberg had recommended, that perhaps we have a discussion or more of a workshop for that rather than just the report for decision.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, an RFD that comes forward, and it would come through in the pricing, right? Maybe that's the discussion that we have, figure out what those two different scenarios look like.
Yeah, and I think this council will be, well, I guess it's in your pricing. If you wanna get to cost recovery and you think it should be done immediately, then I guess this council will make that decision if it's following the plan that they recommend. A number of future councils will decide whether you keep moving more to a cost recovery model, because we're far away from that at this point in time.
2060.
Thank you to our guests, thank you for coming, we appreciate that, and we have heard the report,
Thank you.
and we make no decisions or determinations herein. The workshop. Thanks very much. Noting that it is 6:12 and the next item on our agenda is city manager's verbal report. I'm interested to know if we wanted to try to do that. I forget what we have for our dinner break.
6 to 7.
So yeah, and do we have to go for it?
No,
right?
it's here.
Oh, it's here, yeah.
It's here.
Okay, so we'll stop now. Yeah, so they'll need a motion to recess. Councillor Lochtenberg, Councillor Woodward, all in favor, it passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Who knew this was so interesting?
We can start now. Is it reconvene? So thanks everyone. We're gonna reconvene after our dinner break at 6:58, 6:59. And can I have a motion to reconvene? That'd be Woodward, seconded by Panyero. Everyone is in favor and it passes. And we are on item 7, the city manager's verbal report.
Sure.
Thanks.
Yeah, not a lot to report. We've been spending quite a bit of time on budget, as council's aware. We just update on the Nelson Civic Theatre Society project. We have met with them and shared that council was supporting that project by moving some of the funding of the savings for the roof project towards their project. They were very appreciative of that. I also said that council definitely wanted to see oversight on that project as there's some concerns that it's taken some time to get off the ground and you know the contribution that council's made at this time is sort of that's it. That's the money that's available and while they're burning cash while they're waiting for that project to happen. So I did attend their project meeting and they are pretty close to getting in a building permit for, so hopefully Bruce sees that quite quickly. I know they reached out to Bruce for some additional schedules that came from our project. They have put together their tender packages and identified the various trades that they want to get these tenders out to. They are going to wait till they get all the tenders in so that they have certainty on the total price before awarding. So there will be, I think they said that might take 6 to 8 weeks to go through that whole process. So likely we're not seeing anything happening in that building for another couple months at least. Yeah, I think that's the main things. I think I reported last time that, or at the budget meeting, that Nelson Hydro has filed their revenue requirement with the BCUC for rural rates as per the rates that were shared with council. I think we have the bylaws as a late item on the council meeting tonight. Yeah, so that's it from my end. And Jim has anything addition or?
Oh,
Deputy
maybe a question
CFO?
for you first,
Oh,
from
sure.
Councillor Payne, please.
I just have a couple of follow-up items, I think.
Sure,
Now is, do we have any news on the deputy fire chief?
Is as far as where
Do
we're
we
at
have
with the
somebody,
process?
or
Yes, we
yeah,
have.
where we are in the process, I
Yeah,
guess.
we have hired a deputy fire chief.
Okay, well, that's exciting.
Yeah, he's coming from the regional district. He was their regional fire chief and is geared up to start in the beginning of 2026.
Can I just keep going? I got a couple here. Did we postpone the Legion crosswalk painting because we're sort of out of time now, aren't we?
We're still trying to make something work, so
Okay,
part of my update is that the
Oh.
Stanley Street paving will start.
yeah, I saw that.
And that's starting tomorrow, and it's going through till Saturday. And so we have to wait for that to be done, and we need weather. So we are preparing stencils, etc. We're preparing for other options too, at least putting, we apparently I haven't seen them, but printed out what the stencils would be, and there's along the fence there that looking at putting them if we don't get the option. There is we are expecting quite a bit of rain,
I saw
so that would be really challenging to paint in. But yeah, it may end up being something that we try to achieve the following year, but we're going to try and get it done this year.
Okay, yeah. I don't know where this lands, but I'm very excited that we were able to fit in more parking on
Ward Street.
Ward Street, all the way up. What I'm noticing on the rare times that I do drive a vehicle around is that I think this would be a great time to tighten up on the vehicle length bylaw. because there've been a number of times when I either had to stop or cross the center line to get around a truck. And I know we do have a truck length. I think we just need to tighten that up a little bit. Because as the snow comes in, we know that the amount of space that we have is, you know, that diminishes as well. And if there's slippery conditions, yeah, I just think that would be an important part. And we don't yet have anybody with snowmobiles hanging over that yet, so.
Yeah, I can follow up with bylaw on that.
Can you make those small car, you know how you have small
Yeah.
car spots?
Yeah, that's, I know, our traffic bylaw is under review, so that would be all part of that process. It's been worked on as we speak. Yeah, some of those angled parking is challenging with the larger.
All the way down Baker.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the signs are being worked on. I've been informed by somebody in the gallery, Natalie. And yeah, so Natalie, did you want to provide a quick update on that one?
I can update.
Sure.
I think the problem with our traffic and parking bylaws, I understand it, is that people just aren't aware of the parking length. So we're gonna work on putting signage around town, just saying oversized vehicles extending beyond that painted line. I think that'll be a bit trickier in the winter. So I think the issue is signage, and then when we have signage, we can give out warning tickets to people for extending our travel.
Natalie, have we, because we put, you know, one of the brilliant things that was done a number of years ago now is put the actually period of time that meter is relevant for. Is there opportunity to put that, put something on the actual meter, so when I go to plug it, it says you can't be over a certain length or something?
Yeah, you could either put up signage around the parking areas, or you could put something right on the meter for people to read. Yeah,
Yeah,
those
I
are.
just thought that would be the best places, because I have to see it when I'm going to plug that meter. That, although now with the mobile app parking, then you may, but maybe we can have that. Can we do that through the parking app? That would tell somebody that they're in a restricted size zone or something. Okay, so we'll look at, yeah, different options, but yes, agreed. It is challenging.
I think Councillor Payne has one more.
If we're having a bit of a divergence to parking now, I have been in other communities, and I'm thinking of a request that we got from Kootenai Kids a while ago, where they were pink spots. So parents with young children, not unlike someone who uses a mobility device, had access to limited spots. So I just want to throw that out there, because, you know, anyone who's tried to get out of a vehicle with young children while they're trying to release the infant from the car seat or everything knows how challenging that can be. So having a little more space, or, you know, even not as many as, but I think it's something to think about if we're in the middle of doing that.
Maybe a handicap spot could be for both.
And that would be
Right.
another thing to
Because we have handicap spots that are empty half the time, so.
Yeah. And I also want to give appreciation that it looks like, well, the police station has shifted their, however that got shifted, but their parking has shifted. So it will be wonderful for the library, again, to have actual parking spots in front of the library, because that's been a huge challenge for them. With, again, people who, young children using mobility devices, whatever, that are trying to get as close as possible.
Yeah. So the other thing I
So
should
fun.
mention as you bring things up is, we have a number of senior staff away right now. People know Sarah's away for 3 weeks on a vacation. We have a few people off on medical leaves, including Colin Innes, Sam Ellison.
Gabe's away as well on.
Gabe's away on a
vacation.
3-week vacation. One of his staff is away on a medical leave for 3 or 4 weeks as well, and he's been away for a couple of weeks before that. So we are and talking to our HR folks, we have a number of our public works employees that are away on leaves as well, so we're seem to be a little shorthanded at this time, so just some patience around how fast we get to certain things as we have some key staff away.
Council Page.
This is probably gonna go back to Natalie, but there was a big blow up on the internet about the DC charging stations again at the rec center. And just anecdotally, I totally ran into the exact issue on the night before I had to head up to Kelowna, just because there was no parking available, and I just am wondering if we can improve signage or get to the point where we have a number that people can call to have cars moved.
So are we talking in the NDCC?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I know we have bylaw that does work in there for the RDCK. Obviously that's, restricted with normal bylaw hours. Not sure who they would phone.
Can they call
I think that's
Auto wreckers.
I think that would be the RDCK would have to do that, cause it's their.
It's not their land.
They only they contract that out to our bylaw during working
Yeah.
hours.
That strip is city lots. That's why we put the chargers on our city lots.
That's true.
And so that's where the confusion comes. You can't go to the front counter of the NDCC and say, hey, I have a problem, because it's not part of the lot. They
Yeah.
maintain.
Again, I guess we'd have to look at our traffic bylaw. It gives us authority to tow vehicles, and I assume we can look into that.
Like, this is for travelers, just to reiterate the point, is people are traveling. That's why that got flagged. I needed to charge the night before I went to Kelowna, wasn't able to. There's no other option until whatever that event is over, and that's.
There are charges down at the bottom of Hall or no?
These are the only fast chargers.
Oh, okay.
This is like where you can come in off a commute, be there for 20 minutes, a half an hour, get what you need to go the next 4 or 5 hours, 3 or 4 hours of driving. So when you're traveling and then it's occupied, whether it's during the day or in the evening or whenever, it's gotta be a phone call. There's gotta be a ticket. It's gotta be something that happens.
And is it, so I can understand it's occupied?
Probably hockey games.
Yeah, but
By non.
so if somebody in an EV is parked there but charges and then leaves it there for a couple hours, is that, like, do we need to make it a 30-minute stall and you gotta get out of there?
Fortis would work, because Fortis has dealt with this elsewhere, so I know Blair has mentioned it as a sticking point before, but yeah, you do have rules like that.
Yeah,
Like
cause I would think even if you have an EV and you pull in, you see those spots and you pull in and get a quick charge, but then you go in for a workout and a sauna and you're in there for 2.5 hours, it's still defeating the purpose of it being available, right?
Yeah.
But if you're not plugged in, then I think if you're not charging, I mean, I've been at lots of places where they do say, maximum amount of time is this, if you're not charging, we will be charging you on top of that and can tow you in Cranbrook, the one where.
We just have to look at our.
Yeah, so I think it's something that we need to be aware of, so
Yeah,
thanks for
we'll look
flagging
into
that,
it.
because.
Got it. Next. Oh. Okay, that's it. GM.
Yeah, no, the paving on Stanley, so there will be disruption on Stanley over the next few days. Going from Victoria up, well, to hit where we started paving before, where we paved a couple of years ago. Yeah, I think Silica, I can't remember off the
Yeah,
top
the
of my head.
notice said Silica that you sent out this afternoon.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, so that will be disruptive, and then the only other thing is the Ladybird is in the building. So yeah, it's there. So yeah, happy to get that, and everything's performing as anticipated.
Questions for GM? Questions for Deputy CFO? Thanks very much. Council reports. Councilor Page.
Yeah, I'll just provide a report that I went on our first board meeting for the FCM as a committee member, and we had advocacy days in Ottawa last week, and so we were obviously advocating for additional funding for local government for infrastructure, which we're seeing in the budget tonight, that came out, and additional resources to deal with wildfire, with climate change impacts and mitigation work, as well as that renewed focus on housing, which these are obviously advocacy points we're already at, and really taking that bail conversation and ensuring that it is also including the kinds of wraparound services that keep people out of detention and keep people from falling into detention and have them on a good path when they're coming out of detention. This is aside from the improvements on bail reform around repeat property offenders. So those are like the four key pillars of what we pursued. I had chatted a little bit with the mayor afterwards and with staff during about some of the problems we're seeing within the building code that's driving requirements that are ballooning that potential infrastructure liability of $230 billion collectively for local government. So I'm gonna continue to work on a bit of a white paper on that, and I've had some commitments from a few of the MPs to receive that, and so my intent was to work with that with staff, with the mayor, and send that along for their consideration, to look for those places where, you know, we don't have to just put down cash all the time to meet these obligations, but we can reshape the obligations. And that's what I've been up to since the last time I gave you a report.
Questions for Councillor Page? Other council reports? Councillor Pinheiro.
Just one, there's probably more, but one thing was last night, library meeting, to discuss sort of a community meeting to discuss the possibilities and ideas around a new reimagined library space. And there was 3 other council members there, and mayor, and Kevin was there as well, and so it was fairly well attended, at least by people in this room, and lots of good ideas, and it was really nice to see them. It was well organized and a thoughtful conversation, and I'm looking forward to seeing if any of those ideas have any legs, and if we can somehow have a conversation outside of the library to push that forward, it would be amazing.
Thanks. Questions for Councillor Pinheiro? Other reports? Councillor Woodward.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So I did, because I'm the chamber rep, we were part of doing a business walk, and CAO was there, mayor, people were
MLA,
yes, that's pretty good. Anderson was there, and everyone spread out. We had our little areas of Nelson. We went around, we spoke to all the businesses and handed out surveys, and the chamber's kind of trying to get a read on like the current situation of business, and so they're collecting all that data, which is always good. So that was very enjoyable, and people were really, it was very pleasant to go to businesses, and people were like, they love to tell their story, so it was great. Also went to a business after business at the Community Futures, which is celebrating 40 years in business. And it was a wonderful event, and just how many people they've helped. It's astonishing how many businesses started through that program. Also, the chamber gala happened, and that was it was a little bit hijacked by the baseball game, the World
Game
Series.
7?
Yeah, but it was again very well attended. They sold out tickets in 24 hours, and I heard that at the end of the day, even though the baseball game was happening, it worked out very well. The auction went forward, and they got some good income. And that's it.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Questions for Woodward? Councillor Payne, go ahead.
I was able to attend the Nelson at its Best AGM, which then was followed by a strategic planning session. And one of their key focuses, poverty reduction, continues to be an area where they're doing a lot of work and where they've had a lot of success in the past with their financial literacy, and also their tax clinics, which is just absolutely amazing to understand how many people have not completed their tax returns and therefore aren't receiving benefits they're entitled to. So through that program, they've really helped a lot of people to understand it's not that challenging and there are definite benefits to continuing that, knowing that there's help and expertise there. I went to the Capitol Theatre Restoration Society annual general meeting. Capitol seems to be doing extremely well. They're filling seats, they're paying their staff well. They're bringing in a slate of entertainment that for anyone out there who's lived in a large metropolitan area, I used to need to travel for an hour to an hour and a half to a large facility and pay 2 to 3 times what I pay for a ticket at the Capitol. We get some world-class events here. If you haven't had a chance, look at the program and see there really is something for everyone, in addition to the community events that they're highly supportive of, many of which I've been to that were every seat in the place was sold out to support those organizations. I just want to mention one event that's coming up this weekend is the Basin Food and Buyers Expo, which does travel around the basin. It was in, not the basement, the basin. It was in the Cusp last year, but we just have the privilege of having it back in Nelson. It's going to be up at Mary Hall. So food producers from primarily the basin, but a lot of presenters come from all over the province and sometimes further afield to talk about our local producers and processors and how to, grow their businesses and better serve our area and provide food security. But the event that everybody in town can go to is on Saturday. They do have a public market from 10 till 3. Trust me, it is worth going and checking out. There'll be lots of samples. There'll be lots of things that you might be familiar with and have seen before but haven't tried. And there will be brand new products where you might be the first folks to get a hold of that. At 3 o'clock, they're having the dessert showcase, which is going to be my favorite event, I will admit, because you can buy desserts by the bite. So it doesn't mean you have to choose just one. I would highly recommend it up at Mary Hall this weekend. I think we have an incredible opportunity to get a better understanding of our food security and the strength and robustness that this event and all of the producers bring to our area. And that was it for me.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Lochtenberg?
Nope, nothing.
Councillor Woodward and Mayor Morrison and Janice and Mayor Morrison, Janice, and I sat in on AllRec this last week, and so that's AllRec at the RDCK. They're looking at changes to the one that pinged for me. There was some changes to the ICE pricing based on seasons, not changing the schedule. So there's some conversation around that. And a lot of good work that's happening there human resources wise. They've got some leadership training and some really interesting personnel development going on at the RDCK. So it's quite inspiring to see that the public servants are trying their best. It's nice to hear.
Yep.
Okay, so if we have nothing further, we can move on to the next agenda item. Check. The next item is, we have no requests. So we're gonna go to bylaws and we're gonna look at repealing outdated bylaws. This report recommends that council repeal several bylaws that have been superseded by legislation or updated city policies. These bylaws have no ongoing administrative or enforcement purpose. Repealing them will help streamline the city's regulatory framework and ensure that the city's active bylaw register reflects current enforceable legislation. Do we have anything from staff?
Sonia, do you want to comment at all?
I don't think so. I think that the report's pretty clear. These bylaws date back to the early 1900s. And we're just kind of, hanging out in the vault, so we're just trying to clean up, do some housekeeping and
Thanks. Were there any questions for staff on these? There's 8 bylaws here listed for repeal. Woodward.
It's not a question, it's just a comment on the ones that were written in like 1966 on a typewriter. And it's amazing to see them. Like it's 167 bylaw. Like we're in the thousands now, right? Kind of interesting historically.
Councillor Payne?
Yeah, mine was just an observation as well. It was one of those things where reading through, I'm like, really? Wow, that's interesting. We had the Society for Human Recreation and Energy Development in a bylaw in 1993 who rented the youth center for $250 for 6 months.
Wow.
What a deal. So we need to raise some of those prices if we haven't already. The concept for me of thinking of Nelson with an arcade on the main street or wherever it might have been.
Vernon, wasn't it?
On Vernon?
Yeah, there was one on Vernon, right at Vernon and Cedar.
Yeah.
Or sorry, no, Front Street and
Yeah, on
Cedar.
Front Street, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really interesting, and the service station closing hours. It was like, really? That's when things used to close and we had to, So it was a bit of a, for me, it wasn't a walk down memory lane because I wasn't here, but just a further insight into the the process of our community and some of the things that have changed. So thanks.
I'll move one.
So we have a motion, a mover for recommendation number 1. Do we have a second? Lochtenberg, is there any further discussion?
Should I read it?
I just want to note that Mayor Morrison has rejoined the room.
Oh, hello, Mayor.
So she's here with us again, virtually. So thank you, please read.
Okay, number 1, that the Corporation of the City of Nelson Bylaw Repeal Bylaw number 3647 2025 be read a first and second time by title only.
All those in favor? Carries.
I'll move second.
Woodward, and second? Lochtenberg.
Okay. Number 2, that the Corporation of the City of Nelson Bylaw Repeal Bylaw number 3647 2025 be read a third time by title only.
No further comments or questions? All those in favor? That carries. Thanks very much. Sounds like it was a walk down memory lane. Item 12 on the agenda. We have a notice on title for 303 Vernon Street.
Acting Mayor, I would like at this time to recuse myself from this discussion as my wife is a tenant of the building, or works for a tenant of the building in question.
Thank you. The Deputy Corporate Officer will note that Councillor Lochtenberg has recused himself at 7:27 p.m. I'll read the summary, and I think we might possibly have a presentation from staff. The City of Nelson's Development Services and Climate Leadership Department issued a no occupancy notice for the property located at 303 Vernon Street on May 12th, 2023, due to unsafe conditions present on the site. On May 10th, 2024, a letter was sent to the property owner outlining the specific deficiencies that must be addressed before the no occupancy notice can be rescinded. These deficiencies present significant life safety concerns for the occupants, the property itself, and adjacent properties. Council is now requested to pass a resolution directing staff to file a notice on title for 303 Vernon Street in accordance with Section 57 of the Community Charter. Councillor Page will move.
Second.
Woodward seconds, and it's on the floor. Were there any questions, or is there a presentation from staff?
I would just say, we don't see it a lot at this table, but this is a regular occurrence every meeting at the regional district. So this is an additional tool for clarity, to let anyone who might be interested in the property in the future know that there's such a deficiency. Then we're doing our good diligence, as the report says, to just be clear that this is an issue and to provide additional motivation to get the non-compliances sorted out. So certainly not something to scoff at, but it makes clear sense to me that we would put this on and let anyone who looks at that title know that there's these problems until they are closed off. So, clear cut.
Woodward.
I was just wondering, Bruce, did you wanna comment?
I just wanted to add that, yeah, in addition to a notice on title, moving forward, we're gonna need to communicate more with the building owners to promote further collaboration and compliance, because we don't wanna see that the current tenants are just gonna, for 2 years now, they've been just walking past the no occupancy sign on the front door, and they're getting comfortable in an unsafe building at the moment. So we wanna move forward with further communication and hopefully collaboration with the owners to get compliance.
Councillor Payne?
My understanding is the building is available for sale at the moment.
Would you mind coming forward, please? To our, yeah, would you mind coming forward to speak? Yeah, and yeah, yes, Inspector McNeil?
So,
Official McNeil? Oh, okay, official.
so I'm presuming that I'm hoping that will be a motivating force for the owners?
The notice on title?
Nope, the fact that they're trying to sell the building. Because they can't sell it with a active notice of motion, can they? Without satisfying the
title.
I understand that most banking institutions will not provide funding for a property with notice.
Yeah. I just wanted to clarify that.
I think it technically still can be sold, but it's really just to inform for future buyers that there are some outstanding issues. If they pay with cash, or if they have a flexible lending institution, perhaps it's not an issue. But this does protect the city. It also protects future buyers.
Perfect, thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, the motion is available for voting. Who moved it?
I didn't.
Can you read, please?
That the corporate officer of the City of Nelson be directed to file a notice with the Land, Title, and Survey Authority of British Columbia stating that the resolution has been made in accordance with Section 57 of the Community Charter by the City of Nelson related to the building at 303 Vernon Street, Nelson, BC, legally described as listed, and further, upon completed building permit application addressing the remaining deficiencies, that it be cancelled. And finally, that the information respecting the resolution may be inspected at the office of the City of Nelson on a normal working day during regular office hours.
Okay, if there's no further questions, we can vote. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much for your time.
Should we get back back?
Yes, and we could call Councillor Logtenberg back in the room.
You certainly did not, no. Thanks for adding, yeah.
Wait for your command.
Yeah, thanks, you guys.
Oh, yes. And we can note that Councillor Logtenberg has rejoined the meeting, and we are on item 12B, Business License Bylaw Presentation. City staff, Amy Mooney, Deputy Chief Financial Officer, and Christina Felican, Local Government Intern, will provide council with an overview of the City of Nelson's Business License Bylaw Review Project, including its current status and opportunities for improvement. Could you pronounce your last name for me, Christina?
Pelican is good, yeah, you
Win.
got it.
Thank you. It looks like you guys have a presentation for us. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. So Amy and I are here today to talk about the Business License Bylaw Review Project. So this is structured as a workshop today, so we're just introducing you to kind of the beginning of the project, why we're working on reviewing the bylaw, and we would like to ask input, ideas, suggestions from you guys as we go throughout the workshop. So for a quick agenda, I'll go through the background and context, why we're doing this. I'll talk about kind of what business licenses look like in Nelson in 2025. I'll talk about a public engagement aspect to this project. We'll go over fees, the application form, general recommendations for the new restructured bylaw, the kind of communications plan for this project, and a timeline moving forward. So for some background and context, the bylaw has been in revision for a few years now, and it just kind of started picking up recently. It hasn't been reviewed, thoroughly reviewed or edited for at least 10 years. So there's a lot of parts of the bylaw that have kind of fallen behind and have not kept up with the modern business climate in Nelson, as well as provincial legislation and things of the sort. So lots of changes have happened in these 10 years. So we're just looking to update the bylaw to meet both the city's needs as well as the local business community needs in Nelson. And in doing so, we want to support and uplift local and independent businesses in Nelson. So we're looking at prioritizing these businesses. And yeah, so far what we've been doing is a lot of internal engagement, so talking with all the different departments that work with business licenses, such as finance, development services, business inspectors, and kind of asking around what have been some common problems with the bylaw, what's missing from the bylaw, how could we strengthen this bylaw, things of the sort. And I've also been looking at other municipalities, best practices from the province and from other municipalities, and how we can use these to strengthen our bylaw. So in 2025, just to give you an idea of what we're working with, we issued 1,644 licenses to date. And these are kind of the biggest categories in our current schedule. So 268 community licenses, 127 retail, 35 tourist accommodation, and 971 under the all other businesses category. And according to the Nelson Chamber of Commerce, we have 20% more business licenses than communities of a similar size. So Nelson is a very strong local business community. So again, we're looking at kind of uplifting and strengthening the bylaw to support these local businesses in Nelson.
We have a question for you. Councillor Payne.
I'm just interested, so 971 is all other businesses, but there's still a number that aren't included in that. Who are they?
Yes. So these numbers, I just collected the kind of the highest numbers from our schedule. So our schedule, as you'll see in the slides later on, there's lots of different categories in the fee schedule. So there's lots of
so there's just other categories.
Other categories,
included,
yes.
And they're not in all other business then. So
yes.
all other business is the catch-all if you can't identify them, but okay.
Exactly.
Got it then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So for the public engagement aspect, as this will be affecting local businesses in the community, we would like to involve them in the process. We'd like to ask them kind of what's missing from the bylaw, where have been some common confusions in the bylaw, what we can do to help strengthen the bylaw for you, and things of the sort. So we'll do this in two ways. One will be through an online engagement through Let's Talk Nelson, which will run from November to January. And with this, we're hoping to engage local business owners, potential future business owners, as well as anyone who the changes in this bylaw might affect. And we're hoping to build an engaging platform that can help kind of direct people to ideas we have and help them implement or share their ideas with us for how we can help strengthen the bylaw. And in January, we hope to have an in-person open house. So we'll invite the local business community in Nelson to this open house to help share their thoughts again on the strengths of the bylaw, the weaknesses of the bylaw, what's missing, and how we can improve the bylaw for them. So for the fees, the fee schedule will be updated and consolidated to simplify the schedule and to reflect the current business climate in Nelson. The fees have remained largely the same since at least 2005, so 20 years. There have been some amendments since then, but the kind of basic structure of the fee schedule has not been changed in over 20 years. So we're looking at simplifying the fee structure and making it more relevant to today's kind of business climate. So just for fee allocation, what do we do with the fees we collect? The fees are used to cover our costs and do not generate any revenue for the city. So our costs include things such as administrative costs, so receiving and processing applications, inspections from both the city and the fire department, and any other administrative costs that come with issuing a business license.
So what we found out from the cemetery workshop was that because the fees hadn't been increased since about the same decade, I guess, that we're running at a significant loss of covering our costs. So that must be the same situation with the business licenses as well.
Like if you look at just wages alone, right?
Yeah,
Like a lot of these costs that they're gonna cover is wages, right? And we know those.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just so excited to hear about all these opportunities to find, to increase the profit, not the profitability, but the lack of necessity.
Recovery.
The recovery, the recovery. So we haven't been doing that adequately, so this is an opportunity to put the costs where they should be as opposed to on the taxpayer. That's what I find is the exciting opportunity here. Same at the same time.
What service do we provide to licensees?
So in terms of services, it's inspections. So a lot of business licenses exist for health and safety reasons. So businesses require a license in order to ensure that they're operating safely. So this includes, like I mentioned, the fire inspections, like building inspections. I'm not sure if there's anything else. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think like similar to the city, like we require every business we do work with to have a business license.
Mm-hmm.
And I would assume other businesses also appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, because the area that I'm confused about is that it makes sense for restaurants or things like that where you have to do the services to help them maintain their function and their benefit to the city, but like home-based businesses, like there's a license fee and we charge people who work from home. Like I can't think of any benefit that they receive. There's no, if license fees are supposed to be about cost recovery.
Yeah. And I think
what costs are we
wants
recovering?
to know that it's a legitimate business in Nelson, so there's the administration of that. So, I think that's part of that is the assurance that this is a legitimate business operating in our community and
Right.
you as a public person, you can attend that business and know at least they're a legitimate business and
Like, again, I get that for certain businesses where you have public coming into your home, if you're a therapist or something like that. But a lot of home-based businesses are remote workers that are doing consulting there's literally nothing that the city does for them.
Yeah,
or vice versa.
anyway, I think we'll hear from businesses around that sort of thing.
Part of the reason why I'm asking is just because of the way the fees are broken out. You have different fees for different types of businesses. And my understanding has been that fees are supposed to be about cost recovery. I assume you can then just aggregate a whole bunch of businesses and say,
Correct.
in general, we're recovering costs.
Yeah.
But it does seem to shift the burden of cost recovery onto people who don't get any benefit or any reason, but which is, I guess, in principle, okay, but I did need to understand that that's how it works. So aggregate cost recovery,
it's aggregate cost,
and you can kind of shift the burdens around.
Yeah, it's not an individual business.
Or
You
business
can't have
type.
to relate directly to that business
Or that category.
Right.
Yeah, so you can.
It's as a whole, the
It's as a
regulatory
whole.
scheme as a whole. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, thanks.
Alright, carry on.
Alright, so this is our current fee schedule. As you can see, it's overly complicated and some of it is out of date. Door-to-door sales, I believe we have one business listed under this category. Telemarketing, I don't believe we have any, and it's $1,040 for some reason. So there's just some parts of the current fees that aren't necessarily up to date with what the community needs in Nelson. So this is something Amy and I put together as a sample for a new fee structure. So we looked at consolidating a lot of the old fee categories that could be consolidated based on fees, similar inspection requirements and things of the sort, as well as eliminating any unnecessary fee categories in the structure.
And just to mention as well, the annual fee it has not changed in this version. This is more just looking at the structure of it, and not the dollar value.
Thanks so much. I have a quick question. I'm not sure if it's a typo, but the professional goes 1 to 3 and then over 7. So I got muddled on that one.
Yes,
Teach me.
that is a typo.
Okay, great.
We were looking at, so right now it's 1 to 3, 3 to 7, and then over 7. So we were looking at splitting that up into 2 categories instead of 3 categories. So that's something we'll look at further and come back to you guys with.
2 categories feels good.
Yeah.
Good, thanks. Payne, do you have a question?
I just want to point out that we no longer have a fee for carnivals and circuses.
But you can still have one.
Yes, you can.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
So also with this new fee structure, we're maintaining it as to not lose any cost recovery income for the city, as well as at the same time, we don't want to harshly negatively impact local businesses. So we're going to be considering kind of by eliminating certain categories where we might lose income and where we can recover that in different categories. So for the application form, it's currently a PDF form, and this is pretty straightforward. We just want to digitize the form in order to make the process easier for new business license applicants. We're looking to, again, reduce paper waste as well, and to kind of streamline the application process for applicants. And these are our general recommendations. So as I mentioned, we're looking to consolidate and simplify the fee structure. We'll also be looking at provincial best practices as well as other municipalities who have strong business license bylaws to see kind of what we can take from there to implement in our community. We want to clarify lots of inspection requirements in the business license bylaw. So the CSRs currently get a lot of questions around inspection requirements. There's a lot of confusion around what category my business falls under. If I'm this type of business, do I need this type of inspection and things of the sort? So we're just looking to go through the business license bylaw and make it as clear as possible for business owners. And we're also looking to make sure that necessary documentations and, again, inspection processes are very clear. And there are certain parts in the current bylaw that are repetitive, out of date, are the exact same regulations that the province has, which means that they don't also need to be in our business license bylaw. So there's just a lot of cleaning up to do there that we're looking to do. And we're also looking to create a process to enforce business license fees.
So you mean people aren't paying regularly?
There's a handful.
Go ahead, Councilor Luxembourg.
At the last council meeting or previous council meeting, we talked about vaping as being a concern, probably far more than even recreational cannabis or even liquor. I'm wondering, I know we had a pretty high license fee on cannabis retailers in the past. I'd be curious, and if possible, I'd very much like to do it, a pretty significant license fee on any retailer, period, that sells vaping product. And I think on the cost recovery side, if it's an aggregate cost recovery, then there's no concern there, I think, for making a pretty high license fee.
Mm-hmm. Councilor Page.
I've thought about this over the years in a lot of ways of how you drive through the chair, drive behaviors or promote businesses and activities that you want to see, like economic development comes to mind. Like how do we, it's a cost, we drive. I think we've got to link it, not opposed, but I think we've got to link it to an actual health and safety function that we're performing, whether that's increased inspections from the community safety officer or some element of a service we're providing above and beyond what we would do normally if it wasn't a vape shop. Like how are we instituting additional compliance to make sure that X, Y, or Z isn't happening? So I'm just challenging us in that discussion if that's going to be functional. What is, we did it with cannabis because we said we anticipated there would be a bunch of policing costs to go along with cannabis. So we did 3,000 back in the day. So what is that equivalent? If we know there's harm, but how do we qualify it? How do we then mitigate it? What services staff are we going to have as a program that's being run justify that additional fee.
I think we have to be careful that we stay in our lane of regulation. We're not the health authorities, and so we don't have those authorities. You know, we can certainly, we have more inspections because we're, you know, it came up that, you know, food shops could be regulated. I don't, so we have to do
zoning.
Yeah, we have to do a little bit more research on that. If that's the case and no one can have vape products in their stores, then we might be able to define it. It's, if you have vape products in your store, you're considered a vape shop, and therefore you're not zoned for it. But we'd have to do that research, and then as, you know, so I don't think it's potentially on the licensing side, because we wouldn't allow that in our zoning. Even if you're, you know, a gas station trying to sell vape products, maybe we say that makes you a vape shop and we regulate it that way. But I think we have to be careful. We can't overstep our authorities in regulating health. You know, we could have more inspections to make, I don't know what we would be achieving if the product's legitimate. I don't know if there's certain signage vape shops have to have to, you know, warn people about, making sure that they're not selling to minors, which is again more the provincial side of it. Anyway, we can do the research, but I agree. I think if it is through business licensing, yes, you can do it in aggregate. I think you know, we have to be careful that we're not using a fee to regulate something, or that we don't have authorities for it, or someone could challenge it, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Councillor Luxembourg.
So when I'm looking at the license or the fees that we've got now, the categories seem a bit arbitrary. Like there seems to be, like we're saying, chartered banks for some reason we're going to charge them a higher license fee than we're going to charge to co-ops or like credit unions, when materially there would be no difference in terms of our cost to inspect or what have you. So there seems to be some social engineering going on with our license fees. Regardless, we, even with the notion that we have liquor stores as a separate licensing category, there's clearly something going on that I feel does serve the public interest, and I know from firsthand experience of seeing what's happening among certainly 13, 14-year-old middle school kids with vaping, it's really serious. And I know there's a lot of parents that are really challenged by it. We are trying to promote through rec, through our youth center, healthy lifestyles for kids. And this is one that parents really struggle with. Like I've talked to parents who don't even know their kids are vaping or it's secondhand smoke, that their kid's not vaping, but they're surrounded by other kids who are vaping. It's a real challenge, and I think we could definitely help by being a little bit more forward-leaning on this.
Yeah, we can definitely look into it.
And I'm curious about the difference between vaping versus nicotine versus tobacco products, because I don't see any indicator about like tobacco products in here.
Mm-hmm.
So again, there's like the fine line to walk between what we do regulate and what we don't regulate, and if there's any kind of component here of encouraging our, you know, long-term sustainability of our community, which includes well-being. Okay, go ahead, Woodward, yeah.
So with the business licenses, just kind of riffing on what you two were saying, is I mean, they are designed to have a functional business community that is healthy for our community. And we're right, like we definitely don't want things that are like harming, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know where you draw the line, because like there's sugar, there's saturated fats, there's alcohol, there's tobacco products, there's a lot of things that are sold that aren't necessarily very good for us. Yeah. And we're not in there messing around as a city. So I think like for me, vaping is right there with tobacco. I mean, it's basically like as damaging in that way. So like however we treat tobacco, I would imagine, or alcohol as we would treat vaping, I guess.
again, those are
But again,
provincial
those are
authorities.
provincial.
And
Yeah, you have to be a certain age to buy vape products, right?
Councillor Page.
Maybe to support this conversation, staff can fill me in on how we determine that a business does not qualify for a business license, that there is, there must be styles of business aside from zoning that we do not issue a license for.
Yeah, I think we do had some restrictions in the past for circuses with live animals and things like that, so I don't know if you two have done the research to look into that, but I think that's the, if this is something you want us to look into, like I said, I know we just have to be careful we're not starting to regulate health when we don't have authorities to regulate health. And
Councillor Pinheiro.
That's a good point, and something that Councillor Lachtenberg said before at the beginning of this conversation. If the point of a business license is to provide the consumer with peace of mind that this is in fact a reputable business, what are we doing to make sure, like, if there's basically nothing that we won't license, then what? How does that work? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, if there was strict guidelines, like to be a reputable business, you must be A, B, and C. Is that a thing? I mean, I've applied for a business license in the distant past, and I don't remember being hassled too much about it. And I'm hiding nothing, but just saying, like, if there's no sort of guidelines, then how does that help the consumer at all? If we license everything, then by definition, it could be anything. And if there's nothing we don't license, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
There definitely is some things we don't license, I just don't know them off the top of my head. I believe they're in the bylaw, but we can definitely dig into that.
But like, if I, wanna open do we check if my restaurant is food safe, or do we leave that up to the health? Interior health. Or do we check if if the bathrooms are there, or if there's, we do, those are things that we actually check when we're giving out business licenses? Like physically, we go and look?
that's when we do inspections, yeah.
We do building inspections and fire inspections.
Okay, so at least the physical hazards are dealt with, and then whatever sort of
zoning.
Yeah, I think, do you wanna go ahead?
Well, I was just gonna say that the bylaw does state that, certain requirements must be met, including building, zoning, health, sanitation, and business considerations. I can't speak to the process because I'm not involved in that part, but
So health.
I'm assuming we do something like that. I'm just saying, like, and then to go a little further down the rabbit hole, like, if I'm selling something that I claim is this and it's not, like, we're not checking on, we're not quality control.
And I think what Christina is doing is a study to help us understand the limits and the possibilities. You can click onto the Government BC website, and we've got municipalities may prohibit or limit types of businesses, just like we've been told, based on zoning and those sorts of things. But I think we gotta be really careful about other aspects of that. And maybe that's what Christina can come back to us with, because like an example that came up in a previous meeting was with those always burning torches. What are they called? And there's some, you're welcome, on YouTube forever. And so there's some municipalities that have bylaws against those, or fireworks, or those sorts of things. So helping us to understand what other municipalities have done, so we can kind of categorize that in our heads, because it's all Greek.
And if I may, through the chair, also the bylaws do serve, are largely complaint based, so they do serve as a mechanism that we can utilize to to have some teeth to go in and.
Somebody has a business license, which means that gives us sort of an access if there's complaints about that business.
Yes.
So, sorry, Mayor.
Councillor Woodward.
So, thank you, Mayor, through the acting mayor. So if like, let's say you have a business we've given a business license to a business and then it turns out they're actually like fraudulently taking people's money or something. Is that?
And maybe if they're criminally charged, then they probably aren't eligible for a business license.
Right. So there are those kind of guidelines that we are protecting the community.
So we're relying on others.
Non-reputable.
Yeah, so
actions.
health, we don't do the health inspection, but we require the business to show that they've
Had a health inspection.
And then we don't offer a business, it legitimizes the business in a way, yeah.
Okay, well, that's
Yeah.
good.
Thank you.
That is the service, legitimizing the business.
Yes.
Yeah, Councillor Payne.
I'm just sort of curious, one thing that came to mind that someone had mentioned to me, I guess it was complaint based, is sort of hazardous waste. So that's something that you can't have a business doing that, but if part of your business, some comes to your business and then needs to be transported somewhere, but neighbors could, or other residents could complain that it was there, is that what we're talking about as complaint based? I'm trying to understand, we don't want hazardous waste stored in the city, is that correct?
It's a very specific example.
Depends if, I don't know, if there's. You would have to be zoned, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So yes,
Let me
complaint
think,
based.
that's just an example that was brought forward to me by a resident, and I'm trying to think how that would be, if this is a complaint-based thing, how would we resolve that?
Councillor Luxembourg.
So can I just be clear about this? So the variation in licensing is supposed to be related to cost,
Overall,
but
the overall, here's how much it costs us to do the work we have to do. I think trying to be fair, we're.
so
you know,
we're
probably
looking at maybe income as the primary rationale for the difference in cost? Because there's a difference between a 10,000-foot retail space and under 10,000.
So it's a much larger building to inspect and.
So it is supposed to be
I think we're
theoretically
trying,
tied
I think
to-
we're trying to achieve that, right?
Okay,
Like we're
that's
trying to
what-
be, provide fairness and,
Yeah.
as a, if we anticipate, restaurants are, lots of people go through there, there's lots of, stuff going on there,
Yeah.
we have to talk to a health
Yeah.
inspector and all those things, so.
Right.
I think generally, as a principle, we're trying to, be fair to different types of businesses. We're not trying to say, this isn't, you can pay, so we're gonna charge you more, this is.
Yeah, okay, so there, with some exceptions around chartered banks versus credit unions, and I'm okay with that. Like, I just wanted to understand what the rationale is, because it does seem a little arbitrary, and I think that's part of the idea, is to get to something you can explain coherently.
Yeah.
And related to this discussion around vaping, like, I'm not saying, or hadn't been saying, about opposing vaping or making it impossible to do it, but using the license fees to, like, there should be a high license fees. And again, with cannabis, we anticipated maybe there's gonna be some increased policing costs to it or something like that. In this case, the rationale, just so I'm unclear, if we did put a vape category, if you sell vape products, your license fee is $1,000, not $200 a month, something like that. The rationale that we would probably try to put forward to be consistent across the board is that there is, our bylaw inspectors are not supposed to go in and make sure you're not selling to minors. That's not something we do or would do.
We might.
Do that?
I'm not sure if we can have regulations that say, we have a higher standard of things, I'm not sure if that's overstepping provincial authorities, but we could look at.
Yeah, because I was just trying to relate it to the other things, say in a restaurant, you go in, and although the health authority does the health, you were then saying you've got to have a health inspection, so we are kind of weighing in
Or
on
we get
some
a
way.
complaint, that this would probably, and we're involved with the health inspector and all that sort of stuff, right? So we're involved, we get the bylaw, complaint, whatever, they don't have proper sanitation in their place, we now get involved with the health inspector, they might bring up there's some, building code things that aren't correct, and so, yes.
So if a parent complained that some store, gas station, whatever, is selling vape products to minors, and they complain to us, they're like, this do something about it. There's a cost that we'd have to incur to
Yes, we're
investigate.
gonna get a hold of the right authority, we might, is it a policing matter, do we?
Right.
The police, yeah, that
Okay.
sort of thing, yeah.
That's really helpful, because I think I can make the argument then, when I see it. Thank you.
Because this is coming back, I'll just like flag, so obviously additional pieces there around compliance have been identified. Other examples around waste, how it's dealt with. I'm sure those are costs we could work with the RDCA to understand what some of that e-waste is costing, especially for single-use products. I'm sure it's not nothing, and that could potentially be looked at.
I think there's a case, I don't know if we cited here, the Victoria trying to regulate plastic bags through business licensing, that was struck down. So again, we need to be careful what we do.
This single-use lithium batteries might come out differently than
plastic
universal plastic bags, but something I'm flagging to look at it.
Yeah.
We've had ongoing issues with signage and the state of things like awnings and frontage, and I don't wanna go around wagging the finger. I know I have not always kept my garden. Some years the garden is better than other years in front of my shop. This year was spectacular. But stuff like that, like when we have an awning that's blown out for multiple years in a row, like something needs to be done. It really drags down the rest of the commerce area, and whatever that would look like, I would at least like us to explore it. And some other good things to mention.
Any other thoughts, share with the team?
I have a thought. I'm always interested in the home-based professional businesses or even home-based trades and those sorts of things, because I'm curious around like how much square footage you're using in your house to provide a particular business, which means that we don't have folks in our business core, and our business core pays like a lot higher tax rate than your home-based business. So I have an interest in exploring that. I know it's a big topic. I'm curious about that because those, we've got a commercial core and they pay a higher tax rate. And if you have your business in your house, then you're paying a house tax rate, and that affects our downtown core. It makes a difference. I have an interest in that. I'm also interested in the threshold of like a trade when you're a handy person, for example, and you've got a garage full of tools or supplies or inventory or stock. At what point does a home-based business need to be in a commercial zone? Like, is it there's got to be some kind of kickover point. Can you teach me about that?
I can't remember exactly what the regulations are, but we've had this issue in the past, and we required people to, stop there, not to, it exceeded what was reasonable for the neighborhood or whatever. I can't remember.
It was case by case, so it's probably not like a documented
No,
amount of sales or amount of square footage or amount of vehicles or who knows what.
It definitely is. It's just not a judgment thing. There are some rules around it, I believe.
I'd love to see that on one slide, if possible. That's interesting to me.
And I think that, again, that was more on the zoning side than on the business licensing side.
Yeah, it's in the zoning bylaw.
Because I know there's something about how big the sign can be and has to be against your house.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's all zoning. That's good.
The zoning bylaw and business licenses do up quite a bit, like touch hand in hand, so, but they are separate.
Right. And even
like a lot of the frontage things, like your sandwich boards and frontage, I think would go under the zoning bylaw, not necessarily the business license, but.
Gotcha. Okay, good for us to learn about that. Thank you. I think you're almost on your last slide. Sorry.
Okay, yes. So in terms of communication, we'll be working with our communications coordinator to build a kind of communications plan for how we'll get the word out to business owners about these changes and how we'll get the word out about the public engagement, so that way we can try to engage as many business owners and any other relevant community partners in Nelson. And we'll also work with the Chamber of Commerce to try to reach as many people as we can. And then our timeline, so we'll continue doing research on the best practices and getting feedback from any relevant staff members from November to January, and during November to January, we'll also be doing our online public engagement, Let's Talk Nelson. And then in January, we'll have our in-person engagement. And then we hope to come back to council in January with another workshop to showcase what we heard from the community and how we plan on implementing these changes. And then sometime in February, March, we hope to present the final bylaw for first, second, third reading and adoption. And the new fees will only be applied in the January 2027 billing cycle, so that gives business owners a while to kind of accommodate or to prepare for anything they need to prepare for. Are there any further questions?
Councillor Payne, go ahead.
You know, I did have one, because as I was reading through it, I found that there was, I wrote down the specific section, 9.6, talking about cannabis retail stores. And there were a lot of things specified in there. I mean, no one at the organization could have had a criminal record, or none of the employees or this, and there was a fairly long list that to me seemed to be an infringement on their rights. So is that one of the things that is an overlap with provincial? Because I looked further along and I thought, oh, well, if we have that for cannabis, we must have it for alcohol, because really they're, according to the provincial government, right now they're in the same sort of category of enforcement. So I found that a little judgmental.
I believe those regulations were put in place before cannabis was legalized in Canada, so it was kind of a way for the city to prepare for the legalization of cannabis. And as you mentioned, a lot of them do overlap with provincial regulations, so we are going to look closely at the cannabis regulations and see what's not necessary, what is a provincial regulation, and therefore we don't need in our business license bylaw.
Yeah, and then there was one other section, I think about taxi drivers. In the opinion of the CC, I don't remember what that is the applicant of good character? Can we really leave that up to, that was 20.2, sorry, I just, like, is that the sort of level you're looking at to adapt that to a more current? Okay, thanks. Just checking, because who uses that language anymore? I didn't even think this was this old to have that language in it, but obviously it was. That's all I noticed that I felt needed some eyes on it.
Thank you. If there's no further questions,
Do you need to move it or anything?
I don't think there's anything to move. I think we just got workshopped. You workshopped us. Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Where's the CC, the corporate?
All right, we are moving along. We're humming along.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
I apologize. You had mentioned related items earlier in the agenda
Yes.
with our hydro servicing bylaws that
Yes.
we want to listen. I thought, so the RDCK forwarded off the ratification of the Kootenay Lake West Kootenay Transit Services Establishment bylaw on Friday last week. But I just noticed now they sent it to Sarah, who I think is away.
Who's that? The transit?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're working on that.
You're aware, okay. Okay, as long as, I just now noticed it wasn't one of them, so I thought.
Yeah, no, we're looking, yeah, we need some additional information on.
Thank you. We can get that sorted before the next board, or?
The next council meeting?
I know it was time sensitive.
Yeah,
because the board is on the 13th.
I don't know when, yeah, we've asked for information. I don't know why it got to us so late, but.
I think that's the challenge, is they ask, difficult for staff to recommend direction or another when we don't have the information. So we just received it. And then, it'll have to come to council. Next council meeting is 14th.
Like I can definitely fill in that it was the culmination of the work on the apportionment component. There are some cost increases to Nelson, but not compared to some of the others.
Yeah, there's some odd things in there that we just need to understand why.
I think we're on number 13 too, just so you
Okay.
know. I got lost for a second.
Flagged.
Okay. Any other notes? Does that make sense for staff? We're good? Thank you so much. 13A, minutes. We did minutes earlier, didn't we?
No,
We did
these
adoption
are
of
reports.
Oh, these are the
Minutes from
reports
other
and minutes.
organizations.
Yes, okay, so we've got minutes and reports. We've got minutes from the Advisory Planning Commission and a Greater Nelson, it looks funny, Greater Nelson Economic Development Advisory Committee, because it's the advisory committee from June. Are there any questions? And this, we can receive the committee and commission meeting minutes for information. Move, is it one that we, move, Woodward, second, Pinheiro, all those in favor, carries. And now we have reports, 13B. We have reports from Finance, Development Services, the Mayor's Report, and Facilities. We can do the first four together, and then we need a resolution to move the Facilities Assessment Management Advancement Report. So does anyone have any questions on the first four? No, so we'll move, so move to receive. So receive the reports. Okay, so it's staff recommendation number 1, I think, is for the first four that are listed. So Woodward moves, and do we have a second? Pinheiro second. Go ahead, Woodward.
That council receives the reports presented by staff for information.
All those in favor? That carries. The staff recommendation number 2, we need a separate motion for that because it is the Facilities Asset Managed Advancement Report, which needs to be received for a grant, separately for a grant application. Move, Councillor Woodward, and second, Councillor Pinheiro. All those in favor? That carries. Go team. And now we're at the late items that we added at the beginning of the agenda. And we have Casey Smith here with us. I will read the summary. On October 3rd, 2025 and October 24th, 2025, Nelson Hydro presented to Council with regards to its 2026 and 2027 budgets and the corresponding need for general rate increases in the urban service area. Council provided staff with direction to move forward with implementing a 7.83% annual general rate increase for the urban service area for 2026 and 2.89% for 2027. Hydro Services Bylaw Urban Rates Amendment Number 3649/2025 is now presented to Council for first 3 readings. Welcome, Mr. Smith. Does Council have any questions? This is something that we've talked about for about 16 hours so far, I think, somewhere around 16 hours.
A lot of talk.
Yeah, and nothing else has percolated regarding the urban rates.
Page moved it.
Councillor Page moves.
Second.
And Councillor Woodward seconds the recommendation. Go ahead, Councillor Page.
That the Corporation of the City of Nelson Hydro Services Bylaw Urban Rates Amendment Number as described be read a first and second time by title only. Can I move them as a block or not, because they're bylaws?
You have to read them separately.
Yeah, one's first and second and one's third.
Okay.
All those in favor of first and second reading? Carries.
And then move the second.
Page moves.
Second.
Woodward second.
That the Corporation of the City of Nelson Hydro Services Bylaw Urban Rates Amendment Number as described be read a third time by title only.
Are there any further questions for our esteemed guest from the Nelson Hydro Department of Nelson City of Nelson? All those in favor? And that carries.
Thanks for coming.
We have more, but wait, there's more.
We have one more.
There's one more. Agenda item, addenda 14B. On October 3rd, 2025 and October 24th, 2025, Nelson Hydro presented to Council with regards to its 2026 and 2027 budgets and the corresponding need for general rate increases in the rural service area. Council provided staff with direction to move forward with implementing a 15.98% annual general rate increase for the rural service area for 2026 and 3.77% for 2027. Hydro Services Bylaw Rural Rates, Amendment Number 3648/2025 is now presented to council for the first three readings. Councillor Page moves, and Councillor Woodward seconds the recommendation.
That the Corporation of the City of Nelson Hydro Services Bylaw Rural Rates Amendment Number 36482025 be read a first and second time only second by title only, and I would just make one comment.
Please make a comment.
So we have certainly discussed this quite a lot, not only in this year, but in the years previous. I wanted to note the work and the advocacy of our area directors, Tom Newell and Cheryl Graham, who sat in on many of those discussions as we discussed the rates, also voiced their concerns and conveyed the voice of their residents in terms of the increase in rates, and just wanted to let the public know overall that after all of those years of regulatory testing of the different principles that went into our cost of services analysis, we're kind of at the conclusion of a process that has arrived us at a rate now that we are ordered essentially by the BCUC to show up. But there has been a lot of rigor going into this. It's still a catch up on what we need to operate the utility in the rural area effectively and reliably into the future, but that advocacy has not fallen on deaf ears around this table, I'm certain. We've heard from those directors, we know the impact that this has, and it's difficult out there, and we're just trying to find and strike the balance along with the provincial government and the BCUC to ensure that Nelson Hydro is serving clean, affordable power now and into the future for everybody, so that it delivers that public benefit. I just think it's really important to highlight that this is not done capriciously in any sense.
And I just add that about 6% of that rate increase is catch up of under recovery in prior years, so eventually, it's like repaying an amount that never got collected before, and once that gets repaid, that drops off, assuming that we don't run into any other cost overruns or revenue shortfalls, then that will take rate pressure off in the future. So it's not a 15.98% ongoing rate increase. About 6% of that eventually drops off.
I'd just like to mention too,
Councillor Woodward.
thank you, that the reliability, as somebody on the North Shore, the reliability has been exceptional over the last bunch of years because of the money that Nelson Hydro has spent on vegetation management and really good hiring and good work practices, and it has been excellent. So the service is being delivered for the rate increase.
And I think it's not just vegetation, it's the capital investment in the utility that's making a difference as well, right?
Yeah.
Correct, on the engineering front, we're making technical changes to the lines and other infrastructure as well. Yes. Vegetation management machine has a large part of that.
Yes. I just think it's, as Councillor Page said, it's just that their services are being delivered for these costs. It's not just arbitrary, it's delivering an excellent electrical system to customers for the price.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, the recommendation can be read. Did you read it?
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor, first and second reading? And that carries. We have a recommendation for the third reading. Moved by Councillor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Page.
Number 2, that the Corporation of the City of Nelson Hydro Services Bylaw Rural Rates Amendment Number 3648/2025 be read a third time by title only.
All those in favor? It carries. Thank you. Thanks for all the work on that. It's a lot of hours. Item 15A, resolution to close the meeting to the public. That it is the opinion of the council that the public interest requires that persons other than members of council and staff and any approved audiences be excluded from this meeting, and that the special closed meeting of council continue under section 91B of the community charter to deal with matters relating to the following: personal information about an identifiable individual who is being considered for a municipal award or honor. I think I need a resolution. I need a mover. I've got Councillor Woodward, second, Councillor Lochtenberg. All those in favor, it carries. Thank you. We will close, get ourselves organized. Thanks, Casey.
Have a good evening.